Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Global Chess Championship. We are here waiting for a comeback from Nihal, and I'm joined by a special Grandmaster Abhijit Gupta. Hi, Abhijit.
Hello, Arshit, and it is still a wonderful thing. Just because we are here talking about Nihal, the great Nihal, and we are all hoping
Our
that
boy.
yeah, your boy especially, so that he makes a comeback. And also, like in general, I feel I don't know about what about you, but do you think you play better when you're trailing, or you play better when you are actually leading the field?
I think that I at least play more carefully when I am trailing, that I don't make any risky decisions. Or at
Mhm.
least like I would try to like calculate my way, like even if I sacrifice something as compared to
Right.
when I'm leading. What about you?
Yeah, before I answer that, we can have a quick look up on the standings. As we saw yesterday, the last game by Duda with the Bonk Cloud, he's trailing Hikaru by 4-0. So that would be a little bit hard to come back. Even though even if you prefer to come back or to trail people, it's still better.
Yeah.
But not like when you're 4-0 down. On the
Yeah.
second one, So Wesley is leading the entire game with 3-1. So all he needs is another 1.5 points out of 4 games, which should not be very difficult. And the rest two matches, I think, are going to be very close fought because both Anish and Taimur are quite a solid player. And to win any game, it will be very difficult for each of them, in general. And of
Mhm.
course, then, our boy is playing Sam again, and it's 2.5, 1.5. We all are hoping that he finishes the match in 3 games. He wins the next three
Yep.
games, and then it's going to get over pretty soon. But yeah, then the same question which I asked you, like I would like to answer myself, is that somehow it is you need different sort of nerves for both the things. Let's say when you're trailing or when you're leading. When you're leading, you try to somehow not go all in. You try to sustain your opponent. You try to not really take all the chances, or let's say take many risks in the position. But when you're trailing, it doesn't really matter so much.
Mhm.
Also, it varies. Like let's say in a match, if you're trailing by 2 points, if you're playing 1-on-1 with a match, if you're trailing
Mhm.
with 2 points, then of course it makes sense to go all in. But if
Yeah.
you're just trailing with 1 point, then I would still say take your chances when it comes.
Mhm.
So I would say the same thing for Nihal as well. Like he should not really rush into the things. Just take how it comes. And I feel at this level, you always get one chance in a game. You just have to be alert.
Yeah. And I think you said it very rightly that like Hikaru and So Wesley seem like the very big favorites here. I don't really honestly see their opponents making a comeback with 2 points down. Temur and Nihal, I would still say that, have good chances. And here we have, what's your comeback mantra in chess and in life?
Um, I don't. Really have a comeback mantra. It's just that there are some tournaments where you just want to come back and give it all, and there are some tournaments where uh, I don't know. It's more about motivation, first of all, and second of all, it's uh, it's never easy to come back. It's never easy to. I always felt like if you're leading the field, everything is in your hand. Whereas when you are uh, coming, and when you are trying to come make a comeback, it's not everything is not in your hand. Of course, your game is in your hand, but still, the guy who's leading the pack, has he also has to make some
Yeah.
mistakes, so that people can catch up to him.
Hmm.
So leading always is favorable. Of course, this is not like any there's no any rocket science about it. If you're leading the pack, it's always better than
Really.
trailing the
Yeah.
pack. Yeah. But yeah, my comeback would be just take a game, take a in chess. Yeah, you cannot really plan many games ahead. I would just say like take plan one game at a time, plan one more at a time, and
We've
the
seen
basic mantra would be. just not like really think about it so much.
Yeah,
Basically just play like a normal game, not really think about you're leading or trailing. Like this all you only think about it when there is only one game left, and only one game you have to either survive or you have to win to tie or something like that. Before that you just play normally.
yeah. And I just cannot believe that, like, in a match like Global Chess Championship, it's so difficult to come back from 1 point. But Fischer gave away just 2 points in a World Championship match. Um, how much of a confident man does one have to be in order to? That is just incredible.
Yeah, yeah, that is amazing because it's not about just the whole thing, just the 2 points, but also it sets up a psychological play because that time there used to be long matches. It was not like 12 games, 14 games matches which we have right now. So those days it's more about a psychological battle and also physical battle because they used to play for months and months. If you remember the great match between Kasparov and Karpov, which went on I don't know for forever. Like they had many matches which went on for years and years. Like 6 months. I'm a little bit exaggerating, but some of the matches did went for 6 months at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, so those days it was different, but right now I think it's you can see like last past 3 4 world championship where Magnus was involved. Once he started to, once he gets the lead, it's impossible to get him back.
Yeah.
And
And also, just to mention that Abhijit is wearing this amazing chess.com merch hoodie. And if any
yeah,
of you guys want to have the same hoodie as Abhijit, you can buy it from this page.
yeah. So this is a very cool hoodie uh, which thanks Chesscom I got it, and like it's very comfortable, and yeah, like there are many multiple design and you can just have your poison, like whichever you like, and it's all very comfortable, it's all very nice, it all looks very to say,
You're part of the gang.
yes, you're part of the gang, and it's also the main thing, it's also very comfortable, so that's what I really like about it. I mean, it's in, but it's also quite comfortable.
What are your opening predictions for today's match in Nihal's game? We saw a lot of
Oh,
London
yeah,
opening.
yeah. I think it's going to be some sort of slow setup because I don't think rushing in it's going to do any thing for Nihal. And also, we had seen how Sam was so well prepared, and right now we have Nihal on the screen. He looks surprisingly, he looks very happy, not tense at all, which I very much like because this is a like must win match right now. Like, okay, if
Yeah.
you cut it in half, like he had lost first match 2.5, 1.5. If he can win the match 2.5, 1.5 again, then there will be at least a tiebreaker. So yeah, I mean, nice to see his spirits up, and yeah, let's hope that he gets a good start. And whereas now you see Hikaru, it feels like they're sleeping or what? Like I don't know, Harshit, what is going on?
I have no idea, but I think they have both come a little early to the game, so they are just maybe mentally preparing themselves. I mean, I don't actually know, but this match is already over, so they're maybe just thinking what we should do after we go back.
Well, it's not over when it. I mean, it's not over until it's over. But yeah, I mean, you said rightly. It is. Yeah, I mean, you just need half a point, uh, to win the whole
Yeah.
thing and reach to the semi-final. So yeah, it feels like that.
But I'm hoping for a calm before the storm from Nihal's mindset. He looked very calm there. But I'm looking forward to some exciting chess for him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's going to be quite exciting. I mean, even yesterday, even though he was sort of lucky to only lose to with this margin. Like we were saying yesterday, he was never really he never really was much better in any position.
Hmm.
He was always struggling in the four games. So I think he's one of the guys who adapts very quickly, like all these young guys, young
Yeah.
boys. our boys, all of them, are good in adapting things very quickly. So I would say that, let's say he has learned his lesson, and now probably he knows what positions to play.
I'm hoping that he doesn't go for something like something which he played before and tries to surprise his opponent. Maybe play something sharp with the black pieces, but it's hard to do that, I guess. Especially nowadays when your opponent is so well prepared, it's very hard to surprise. What would your choice be if your opponent played d4 and you wanted to play
Uh,
again?
no, I think when the time control is so fast, like let's say rapid or blitz, it doesn't really matter what you play in the beginning. What
Mm-hmm.
matters is what you play like from move 20 to 40.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever position you get, as long as you can, if you can play 10 good moves between those time,
Yeah,
then most probably you're going to win with either color. It doesn't really matter the opening choices, because here the time control is so fast, and as long as you don't really make too many big mistakes, it's always going to be okay.
yeah,
And you'll always have a chance. That is what I was trying to say. Nihal just has to wait for his moment, and once he does that, like we saw even yesterday the last game where he had this he gave this exchange,
yeah.
uh not exchange but this
Peace
pawn,
actually.
yeah, first the pawn, then the piece, but
Yeah.
he still had chances.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he didn't really utilize his chances correctly.
Yeah.
So there is only one complaint I had from Nihal yesterday. Although he was not playing well, he was not at his top form or peak form, but form is temporary but class is permanent. But also again his he was thinking a lot, like he's spending too much time in the beginning,
Yeah.
first 20 moves. So just and that like minute or two costed him, like
Yeah.
yesterday
This
a lot.
1 2 minutes is means a lot, and we started Hikaru versus Jan Khrushchev. I was just curious if Hikaru is going to play e3 king to himself, but no, he just wants to, I guess, finish the job. We have French
Yeah,
b4 knight e4 bishop d7. Not really very ambitious from black.
yeah, but it is also like quite solid, and it doesn't really give like a forced draw sort of a feeling as
Mm-hmm.
white. Like you cannot really force a
Wait.
draw with white
Oh yeah.
piece.
And for
Queen f6
someone,
is interesting,
yeah, for someone who's thinking bishop g5 like traps the
trapping the
queen,
queen. Yeah,
it
yeah,
actually runs into bishop f3 and queen f3, queen into g5. So uh, just a small little nuance which allows queen
yeah.
f6 to work. Um,
And
so I
again,
guess
it is.
yes.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, if you cannot really play bishop g5, and black has a very potent threat of bishop f3, like damaging the pawn structure. And once
Mm-hmm.
he can do that successfully, even though if he can exchange the queens after bishop f3, queen f3, you always get this slight edge from with black pieces, because this pawns become a bit immobilized, and you cannot
Yep.
really push them forward. It's always weak,
Yep.
and you're always slightly worse. So yeah, I think this is a critical moment in this game, for White at least. That
What does
how
white do
does
here
he?
actually?
I think Bishop E2. I don't see anything else right now.
Is can he ever consider a move like knight g5? But I guess it would always
Hmm.
run into like bishop d6. You're right. Bishop e2
Yeah,
was played.
I mean Knight G5 is a decent move. You want to play Knight E4 next. Try to bring the knight to the center, attack the queen, which is little bit on the spot where it can be attacked a lot.
Yeah.
So, but also Bishop E2 C4. Bishop E2 also defends the pawn on D4, like because the queen, it clears the way for the queen to support the pawn on D4. So this is again a good move, and I feel now that he has gotten C4 and D4, D5 always can be in the air because the
Nasty
bishop
threat.
on C6. Yeah, the bishop on C6 can be a little bit vulnerable, because right now if it was white to play, then probably I think white is just winning a piece after D5. The bishop on C6 has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So I
c4
like
bishop
what he.
e4. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was more or less it had to be played. And now there are moves like maybe you can just try to attack this bishop either with your knight G5
Hmm.
or maybe knight D2. It is, everything is in the air, and
I
I
think
think
that
Hikaru has this
Black
in
got a
under
pretty
control.
comfortable position, yeah, like from the opening.
Yeah, I mean, both of them got a very comfortable position, and I think Hikaru was not really, let's
Yeah.
just put it that way, that ambitious, to put problems for Black.
Uh-huh.
But like, I mean, he doesn't even have to. Like, scoreboard like is so massively in favor of him that
He
if
just
he just
needs to draw.
sustains him, that is good enough.
Yeah. And just to remind everyone, Hikaru just needs one draw to clinch the match. He's 4-0 up, best of eight. So the guy who scores 4.5 wins. And he has playing with the white pieces here also, I think, is on paths of winning the match in this round itself. I'm expecting just maybe a simple move like Bishop E3 is even maybe he plays Knight G5 actually. So he just
Yeah,
wants to
knight g5 looks very natural, like you pointed out, even though a move back. And now,
G6.
yeah, bishop g6 is a move, and I don't know if there is anything else which can be done here.
There is one trick that I see that if Bishop F3, H6, one might think that we have this, but Black has Bishop into H2 check here and getting the piece back. So Bishop F3, a move which looks very logical, might not actually be a good one.
I've an interesting session. I don't know whether it works or not.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, can I simply play knight f3 with the idea to go bishop g5 next? Like after bishop g6?
And if I try to stop it,
Yeah, I mean, anyway, you would want to play h6 in general. So,
mm-hmm.
I don't know, just try to play very
Yeah,
blatantly
simple.
for a draw. Let's say just bishop
Yeah,
d3 also,
yeah. I see what. Yeah, I think that is this might be something which White could consider if he just wants to make
Yeah,
a draw. I also think that Bishop G6 he could even maybe start with Bishop D3
bishop
perhaps.
d3. Because probably queen d4, you have bishop g6 in mind, I guess.
That's what I had
Or
in mind. I don't know if I'm missing something.
yeah, bishop h2 maybe is also in there, so you have to
Oh
be
wow! So even actually at G6
even at g6. Yeah, yeah. It's similar concepts.
before
Yeah,
Bishop
bishop
H2,
h2.
Bishop E5. So still some tricks here. So maybe White should maybe a good. So actually, this is a very good point that whenever you need a draw, you should never really
Yeah,
play for a draw and just play a normal game.
yeah. Play normal chess, and it's not like I mean, play a game. Yeah, you're up 4-0 for a reason, right? I mean, if if it was not 4-0, then probably he'll not play like this. But also, you're up 4-0, you are literally crushing the guy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the guy was so motivated that he played the bomb cloud in the last game. So I mean, like, it doesn't really make sense to do anything different than what he
Yeah.
was doing yesterday.
Bishop
Bishop
E3
e3
castle.
castle, and now I really want to just come back to f3 and see what he wants, like in general. Uh,
Knight
because yeah, I don't know. H6 somehow doesn't feel like a move to me. I don't know why though. I just play queen d2, or maybe queen b3 or c5 queen b3. I have many moves as white, and to be
Yeah, it's
honest,
never
it doesn't
been.
feel like completely equal for black. It's still now to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think white
Does
has
Black
still
go Bishop
some.
F4 or back?
I think bishop f4 you have to do. Otherwise, you will just the queen on f6 is getting a little bit too vulnerable. But again, yeah, after bishop f4, queen d2, bishop e3, you may even consider f e3 at some
F3.
moment.
Yeah.
But
We
also
have
queen e3 95 is perfectly logical, like
yeah,
just to get more and more space towards the center.
we have some
And
moves here, castles, Bishop D3, H6, Knight F3 back. So very similar to what you mentioned actually, Knight F3, Bishop D3.
I think now he'll go probably bishop e2 back and ask him, okay, what do you want?
Yeah. Bishop
There is
E2
also
or
there is also bishop e4 actually, yeah, like you pointed out, bishop e4 is possible, and then c6 and the similar plan. But my idea with bishop e2 was that I want to come back to knight to d2, and I want
mhm.
to use this e4 square for my knight rather than my bishop.
Yeah, Bishop E4 was played.
Uh,
Yeah, very solid. C6. I
Yeah,
guess it's
somehow
just
I don't.
very easy to predict moves here.
Yeah, like Queen B3 is quite forcing as well. Uh, and now, yeah, Rook
Rook
B8,
E1.
Rook E1. But somehow Bishop on E4, I just feel it's a little bit misplaced. No, I don't know.
Mhm. Actually, what if black goes queen e7 with the idea of knight f6, trying to put pressure on this bishop, and if the bishop moves, then the knight on f3 is also.
Hmm. So Queen E7. Yeah, like eventually I would have to move the knight, no? Like somewhere. Also
I would,
D5 is in the air. Yeah.
yeah, but it's, I guess this is what black would want. That
Just to
take
try to change the
block it.
structure and try to
Yeah,
complicate the things. But again, A7 is hanging,
that is
then
true.
B7 is hanging.
Lot
So
of things to calculate.
yeah.
He just played rook f8, simple chess.
Yeah, I like Rook E8 because once again, Hikaru is not showing what he wants to do.
Mhm.
Like at least White is not able to show his plan here. So why force him to find a right plan when he's not able to see it from himself? Yeah.
And this is
So
the
I
first
like
time I
this
see
rookie.
Hikaru down on clock.
Do you think it's because of the match situation that he's so like he's 4-0 up? Like maybe he's a little bit nervous in the sense that okay, I need one draw, but still you have to play it out. You have to make that one draw.
So when people are nervous, they usually play fast. But Hikaru, like when people are like careless, they usually play fast. But Hikaru is playing slow. That's so funny because he usually plays very fast.
But probably he's careful right now because he only needs one draw. That's why he's not careless. So that's
Yeah.
why he's thinking. And not usually he doesn't care so much in general. Uh, like from his like recent chess streams and like whatever he has been doing recently, even in the candidates, like he cared, but it's not like end of the world. Yeah, like what he used to say. So,
Hmm.
but probably here when he sees that okay, it's just matter of one draw, you would rather actually sit and then make it and then be carefree. Yeah,
Yeah.
for I don't know for next for today at least.
Could just make a quick move like h3 or something. Just pass on the baton to black and ask him what he wants to do because it's not even clear what he wants to do. So maybe he could just keep
Yeah,
on playing this cat and mouse game.
yeah. This feels like a nice move. H3. He's gone bishop D2 though, right?
He's gone bishop d2. Yeah. Maybe he wants to. I'm not sure what this he wants.
I really like C5 here. Just to break. I mean,
Hmm.
eventually you would have to break something in the
Yeah.
in the center. C5 or E5, but E5 somehow look too symmetrical to me. Like if black wants to
Yeah, I
exchange,
like
but
this
again,
move.
yeah, and
So what
it's
if I
not.
go here?
Yeah, I wanted to do many things. One of them was just to play. Can I simply okay? Just give me a because there are so many moves. I can take ED5. I can try your plan with E5 and try to later
Yeah.
go F5. I can also probably take on F3, but probably it's not. Okay, in the meantime, I think he has gone
Oh, he
E5.
went
Yeah.
e5. Okay, we have
Also
e5.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Also makes a lot of sense because
that's
why I
true
didn't
because
like E5 earlier?
d5 his
That
runs
they,
into knight c5. Yeah,
yeah, I was wondering that black would why would exchange many things on the square E5. But the more I look at it, it feels like black is getting more and more active from each exchanges. Like
yeah.
because black is exchanging on his turn, and with each exchange he is improving little by little his pieces.
What do I take with after knight e5 and knight e5? Queen e5 is obviously very natural, although I
Hmm.
don't see a very good continuation after g3. So just bishop e5 maybe, attacking this
Yeah,
pawn too.
Queen E5 Bishop H7 was also there.
Oh yeah, queen e5 bishop h7. Sorry, yeah, I just completely. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. So bishop e5 and
Bishop E5 looks like a most natural move.
yeah, also
Uh,
bishop h2 ideas.
Also, Bishop, it's not very easy to defend the B2 pawn, no?
Yeah,
Like, how do you deal with that?
yeah,
Uh, Again, yeah, like you are pointing out, Rook B1, Bishop H2 is a move.
yeah.
Uh,
Many tricks. possible for black here.
Queen H. Uh, yeah,
Queen h3 would maybe still,
yeah.
but here
Rook E4
white has some chances
might
to.
has some drawing chances, but okay, C4 is also hanging. So, but again, like all these drawing chances are like very.
Can even
You don't
this is
really want to play as white pieces, yeah, such kind of positions
yeah.
where the best you can do is make a draw, but you have to suffer a lot to make a draw.
Are there any moves? So Hikaru is still thinking actually, and he's for the first time he's down 5 minutes on the clock, and he's actually for it seems like Yan has a very good position out of the opening with the black pieces.
I mean, it's safe to say that Hikaru is in trouble. First time in the match,
Yeah,
but he's actually in trouble right now. And
yeah.
yeah, it's not easy to figure out what to do because I guess 95 is more or less force. Otherwise, you're literally threatening to take knight f3 yourself. So knight
Can White
f3.
ever try to play like just makes like just to ask you
Mhm.
like if I just play extremely passively? I guess of
But
course
also
B2 is
also
also
b2.
high.
Yeah. Also, it's very difficult to defend b2 pawn.
And
Like
even
in
this
this whole.
position is very difficult, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like black is having a free hand, and it's
Of
it's
course, we are.
I would not say black like white is really worse there, but it's so depressing to defend such kind of
Yeah.
positions, especially online with such a limited time.
Mhm.
So
Rook AB1. So he's actually going for that.
yeah.
But I think that he missed that there is this Queen H4, Queen C4. No? That if I take,
Mhm.
take, I thought that I have Queen somewhere attacking like two pawns at once. With Queen H4?
You can also start with rook e1 bit before, yeah, because if rook e1 then b2 hangs.
Oh, yeah.
So let's
That's
say,
so Rook E1
yeah, if
and
bishop,
Bishop
I don't
E1
know
is just
whether you want
bad.
to play bishop e1 in general or not. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
And
just
now
Bishop.
bishop f3 because queen f3 b2 is just.
Yeah. That's a very. Yeah. I think that Queen H. Okay, he goes for this one. I'm just winning a pawn. Wow.
Yeah.
This is not going to be at all easy for, and this the biggest comeback start from the smallest victories. So I mean, Duda might still see a glimmer of hope here.
Oh, I don't remember you were saying something similar before we started the stream. Or
No, but I mean, I'm just surprised the way how Hikaru has played this position. um and in the meanwhile, our game, the match we've all been waiting for, has begun.
finally,
Sevian versus Nihal Sarin, and we have an exciting Queen's Gambit accepted. Wow.
it's more of a like I feel it's more of a way of Vienna
Hmm.
where you sort of uh, take a pawn and get a very bad structure. Like on general chess term, it just feels like very bad for black. You
Yeah.
give up the center, you have double pawn, which is very weak also by the way. C4 pawn is quite weak.
Hmm.
But you get sort of various squares, diagonal, this light square diagonal from A to H1. You get this
Yeah.
D5 square. And yeah, yesterday we were talking with Srinath also about this,
Hmm.
that these kind of openings was never there 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But
So if I
surprisingly now,
quickly start, it went like E4, B5, E5, knight, D5, knight, B5, knight, B6. So some very strange moves in the opening, but it has all been kind of gotten into mainstream by the latest engines. A3, knight A5 has been played.
yeah, A3 knight A5, probably just queen C2, rook D1,
Yeah.
just not to get my rook blocked on B1.
And even ideas
Uh,
of Queen E4, Queen G4 maybe.
yeah, for sure. But I think I would just try to keep everything intact for now. Uh, like let's say knight b3, rook d1,
Yeah.
and I'll see what black does because he has already committed rook b8. So you
Hmm.
can generally you could also do bishop b7, queen d7, long as in such lines, and try
Yeah.
to shove your pawns on the king side g5, g4, h5, h4, and try to, let's say if white castle is on the short side on the king side, then there is always some sort of attack on the king side. But
Yeah.
black has already played rook p8. So yeah, I don't really mind castling, but I would rather still try to think maybe I can still wait because my king is pretty much safe on e1. I could still try to play h4, h5. Maybe bring castle like this, rook h3, rook g3, and then just
Oh yeah,
move my king to g1
that's
slowly.
very, yeah, very cute. Rook d1, queen d7, and now I'm kind of curious to see that he's committed rook b8, and maybe the plan you mentioned with long castle makes logically more sense to me. Um,
Mhm.
because with the rook on b8 and bishop on b7, it just feels that white got one extra move. But I guess I guess it's still there, probably both in their home preparation and
Preparation.
yeah,
Now I'm understanding what he wants. Like queen d7 probably his idea is to play bishop c6, bishop a4, just or knight a4, something to create on the queen side.
yeah.
And he has gone h4 though, h4,
He got
h6. Okay,
h4,
that
and
is.
will he go rook h3, rook g3? Will he do the rook lift?
I think he did play rook h3 here,
Oh wow,
which I can see in the yeah.
wow.
But I think black's idea was to play bishop c6, bishop a4, and try to get some sort of counter play because the only weakness white has in this position is not really weakness, but semi weakness. You can say pawn on b2, which is if you can attack it twice, it will be difficult for white to defend it. Let's
Yeah.
put it that way.
Hmm.
So I think bishop a4 or knight a4 can be a move here where, uh, but it's very wild.
It's he plays knight d5, and they're still playing relatively fast, which is I have to say a little surprising to me. But I guess this has all been worked out in some way because it just seems so scary to play this with the black pieces. Rook g3. I don't know if he wants to go like king f8, or I don't even know how he wants to defend it.
First of all, I'm not really sure rook g3 is you really want to attack it
Hmm.
because I mean, of course, you're threatening rook g7, but I was just thinking maybe I can even play uh, knight e3, fe3 short castle is one of the things I was thinking because you
Hmm.
have played h4, h6 so that you don't have this knight g5 thing all the time,
Wow.
and also you have
Hmm.
put rook g3. I think we can just show it like let's say without rook g3. Let's say if you just castles,
Yeah.
uh, there is always some knight g5 tricks because then h g5, h5 rook is always on the h file. There is queen h7. Of course, here there is
Yeah.
g6 ideas, hg5, hg5, g6.
But it's
But
still very scary. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, some knight f7 is in the air, like all sort of different ideas. But once you play rook g3, this knight g5 is totally out of the equation.
Yeah, I like
So,
this
so I
actually maneuver that you mentioned to just if Rook G3. I really like this Knight E3 castle because it looks scary to do this, but in fact it seems that Black has everything under control because of not having this bishop.
also the another important thing about this bishop is this is you can this bishop is very important in such kind of structure because as I said earlier, this b2 pawn is quite weak. This
Hmm.
bishop can always come back to c1 to defend this b2 pawn.
Yeah,
Also always try to sacrifice this bishop on h6 whenever black castle is short.
yeah.
And
He
yeah,
showed
you can see in the game bishop d2
this
happened.
bishop E2.
So
Yeah,
I think it makes a lot of sense, bishop
and now
d2.
also I guess Knight D5, Knight E4 might be something Black needs to watch out for with the Knight on A5 being on free.
Yes. Also, I mean, to be honest, uh, I'm actually impressed by Sam's play from even yesterday and even like what he had gotten today.
Hmm.
You can see, yes, 14 minutes versus
He
Nihal 10
plays
and a half.
so fast. He just plays so fast.
But also, it looks very natural, no? Like what we were discussing, it makes sense to play bishop d2. And
Yeah.
once it makes sense, okay, why to rethink and think again and again the same thing? So it just makes so much more sense just to play it because
On the
also
other
with
hand,
black, how what do you play? You cannot
yeah,
castle.
yeah.
Always there is rook g3, bishop h6 sort of ideas in the air. And if you cannot castle, once you've already played knight d5, you don't have bishop c6, bishop a4 ideas or anything to put on a4 ideas. So yeah,
It
knight
was
b3 is
fine.
another move. But I just thought I can just take on c4 here
Yeah.
and say, okay, I'm a pawn up. Maybe you
Knight
have
E2,
composition,
just
maybe not, but I'm
B2.
a pawn up and I'm happy to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d2, queen d2, something. Yeah, like I don't even. Uh, know what is
Yeah.
going on. Like I
I
just
just
feel,
took this so that yeah. I mean, I'm just
yeah,
it. I guess white's move are just so easy to make. Whereas, as you were saying, and as compared to black, black just does not have any easy move.
right,
Um,
right, right.
I mean, white is already a pawn up after bishop c4, knight d2, rook d2. I'm trying to figure out how black maybe some knight f4 jumps actually.
Yeah, knight f4. Okay, maybe I could also play queen d2, but knight f4 doesn't, like, still rook g3.
Mm-hmm.
And I
But it
guess you
looks
want
a
to play
little
knight g2
scary.
some point.
Yeah,
Yeah, so rook g2, bishop f3,
you can
rook
even take on
g7,
g7 here with the idea of rook
and
f7. Yeah,
and again the beauty of this position is, although both the kings are on the center square like e8 and e1, there is no way to attack white king.
yeah,
Like black doesn't have enough resources or material to attack. Whereas
hmm,
again, yeah, as you pointed out, rook h7 is a big threat
yeah,
because once this rook comes off, the queen enters, and then there will be some checks here and there.
yeah,
B2 is also quite well protected with the rook on d2 once
yeah.
the queens leave
He
from
actually chose
c2.
queen
So
d2. Maybe he didn't want to
also
allow this.
also quite natural because castle rook g3, again you have this threat of queen h6, so it
Yeah,
feels like some sort of a tempo, like you just go very forcing. And generally I feel white is bit better here. I don't know how much, but I would take white any day than black here.
knight b6. Doesn't that allow bishop b5
Yeah, bishop b5, bishop c6, I guess.
and just back so that I kind of
Hmm. But I
uh,
don't really understand why we had to do this. We could also play bishop d3 directly, but also
I
it makes sense because you avoid c5 sometimes.
yeah, and
Yeah,
also I thought in future maybe queen c6, knight c4 could maybe be an idea or something like this.
sure, sure, sure.
If
Yeah,
bishop
I
on
mean,
c6 felt a little, but yeah, it's possible to just come back bishop d3 as well. It
I
also
mean,
makes
just rook g3, queen f4, bishop e4, or knight e4, and
yeah.
it just feels like once you play rook g3, black has to commit. Yeah, like what he's doing with his king. Is he playing king f8? Is he playing castle, or just playing g6? Again, all of them not very easy decision. All of them probably not very good decisions.
So Abhijit, it
But
seems like Nihal might already be in some small trouble here with the black pieces because white is 2 minutes up on the clock and also he's a pawn up.
I think small trouble would be, to put it like very mildly, like this term. I think I feel it's really bad.
Hmm.
Not because the position is bad, but also the thing is, I don't see any counterplay, like direct counterplay for him.
Hmm.
There are positions where you might be even lost, but you have a lot of counterplay.
I guess a dream scenario for black would be just to make some random moves here. Is to get this, I guess, like something like this, where he gets control over the light squares or
And
gets two
and
bishops.
let's say the G7 pawn is not hanging, but
Yeah,
even this, it just feels like white is playing without any risk, no? Like,
that's true. White is a pawn up.
yeah.
He goes bishop
So
d3, and I'm just trying to figure out some tricks by which Nihal can try to muddy the water.
there's one trick, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So you can take bishop f3, rook f3, and
Hmm.
maybe you can think, okay, maybe Sam has blundered the pawn on d4,
Yeah.
guys. But unfortunately, the very old trap, bishop b5 check, discovered check, and you pick up the queen on d4.
Yeah. Actually, I would have really liked if his rook was on a8 and the idea that you mentioned with long castle and g5 that would have been really powerful here.
But in such kind of position, like once I have put my bishop on d3, I can
Hmm.
always neutralize your bishop with bishop
That
e4.
is true.
And
Yeah,
then again, it is white will always be better. And I don't mind white being better, but the problem is white is better without any complications.
yeah. Sevian playing really strong chess here. I'm just so impressed by his play throughout. He's completely neutralized Black's at least opening idea. Seems to be in a very good shape going into the middle game.
Yeah, 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 for sure. Like he has been playing uh, like this level of chess for quite a while now, and it's just that I just feel that he hasn't gotten enough opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
as a top level where he could really show his metal.
Takes on
And
f3. I'm pretty sure he's not taking on d4.
let's hope so. Let's hope so. But
Rook f3. What does he want actually? Because taking on f3 is a huge decision.
I mean, I'll be very brave and say, do you think he wants to take on h4? It looks very strange to me. Like I would never even consider this pawn because then I cannot castle. I can
I
forget
don't.
about castle.
I think that there might be some tricks actually, like bishop h4, bishop b5, c6, bishop c6, queen f4, or queen f4 first.
Maybe you can show it. Maybe you can show it quickly. So
c6. Should
c6,
I
bishop
start
c.
with queen f4 or
I think bishop c6. No, like
let's start with that?
queen f queen f4 cb5. I can take, right.
Yeah, and then I thought I can get this, but yeah, you get this. So I guess bishop c6 makes sense. Queen
But
c6,
again,
queen f4.
see. So
Now you have
bishop
some
c6, queen.
composition, right?
Yeah, just let's continue. Bishop c6, queen c6, queen f4.
Castle.
Yeah, let's like put it on. Yeah, castles, queen h4. And now this is a kind of position. Yes, white probably still is better,
Yeah,
but black is not without play.
that's
And this
true.
is okay. This is
Yeah,
okay to get.
I guess
Knight
knight
c4, knight
c4.
a4, knight
Right.
d4. All the moves are quite
Yeah.
possible. As I told you earlier, like b2 pawn is very soft in this kind of lines, and now we
Mhm.
can make use of it.
So
So
rook
rook
f3,
f3.
bishop h4. What does white do here?
Uh, I don't know. Like, see, queen d4 is still cannot play because of bishop b5 check.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
probably just try to play, solidly like b4, knight e4, knight c5. Like, just try to
Take it
maintain the
slowly.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and b4
Even
is
this
just a big
idea that you mentioned can sometimes come into picture with king f1, king g1 just
for
safeguarding the
for
king.
sure, because right now I don't feel like king on e1 is any danger,
Hmm.
and so just for me right now it's okay.
Hmm.
So I just feel b4, knight e4, knight c5, or b4 because also I
gf3.
want to move. Yeah, because he didn't like bishop h4. These kids, they are very materialistic, I think.
Gf3.
Both,
Abhijit, I would.
both of them didn't like bishop h. Like Nihal wanted to play bishop h4, and Sam was like, no, 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 I don't want to give my pawn. Whereas people from my generation would not even think about this pawn on
Gf.
h4.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like GF, I would not, even if it's the best move of the engine, I could never make. I could never think myself making this move.
And I think black might have some compensation in the long term, in the sense that f4 will always run into g6 and there will never be any breaks as far
I
as.
think they did play f4 g6 here.
Oh, they did. Okay. So we have some more
Yeah,
moves. King
on the right
f1
we
is
have the
good.
live board.
Yeah.
Yeah, king f1. Although I don't know if you can still castle because f5 is in the air. F5,
Yeah.
queen
And also
h6, rook
some
g3.
sacrifices can come. But
But
I
again,
like.
like,
I like.
yeah, I was about to say the same thing like we did with the white. Black can also do the
Yeah.
same thing, king f8.
And now d4 is
Yeah.
angry.
So this position is at least, uh, I understand he's worse, but this is still full of life, and white doesn't have any direct play here. White can
Yeah.
maneuver around, but okay. I mean, basically, white is just a pawn up. If
You
white
can
was
see.
not pawn up, then black was okay.
Yeah. Both players are super focused here. Queen c1 played, renewing the uh, discovery attack threats. Queen d4 running into bishop
Mhm.
g6. Actually, queen d4. Yeah. I also probably traps the queen, I have a feeling, with something like bishop a6, queen c5, b4. Ah, but you have the c6
Mhm.
square, so I have to go to b5,
Mhm.
and queen c5, b4 actually just traps the queen.
Right.
So queen
Beautiful.
c1, black is thinking here. I guess he could just make a move like king g7, or you don't want to hurry with it.
Yeah, it's a little bit too commercial king g7 for me. Uh,
Mhm.
because f5, ef5, d5 is also, you have to watch out. And
Yeah.
f5, ga5, I don't want to take in chen.
Mhm.
Maybe I can do it, but I would actually think about, like, really
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
might
this
be like,
is.
after king g7, f5, that black is completely lost. So I would actually think whether because of that, uh, it's not so easy. Do you play something like C6 knight d5 just to
I was,
just to
yeah.
keep the position?
Do you ever want to exchange these knights? Is also a big question because ideally you would maybe like to exchange this bishop for this knight so that the pawn on f4 and d4 will be very hard to defend from the white's bishop, I guess.
Uh, I don't think White wants to exchange any minor piece. If he can
Yeah.
exchange the bishop for knight, then it's different. Because then black's bishop is not really coming into the game because all the white's pawn on the dark square, which restricts black's
Yeah.
bishop. But other than that, I don't see any plus side for white for exchanging any minor pieces here.
Yeah. All the squares are covered. You're right.
Yeah,
a5.
like black and
Interesting.
yeah, b4. That's what I wanted to play b4, like some move earlier as well, just
Yeah.
to get more space here and just to restrict black even further. And it's not like I b4 is a move you calculate a lot. You just play on your feeling, on your intuition, on your gut feeling. So a5, yeah, this is a good
Also, I have
point.
a
Stopping
question.
beef.
How do you compare, playing like this over the screens and playing? Of course, this question has probably like been around for a long time. Like, how has it been for you, like to play over the board or versus to play in front of a computer like this?
So I come up from a generation that we always used to think online, any online format, chess format is like it's more fun, rather
Yeah.
than very serious. So I could never bring myself to that zone where I'm like dead serious. I have to really focus. I could never bring myself to that. Like
Yeah.
any Title Tuesday I play or any tournament I play online, I somehow cannot put myself. And be it like even a blitz event or offline, like over the board, I, I would like burn my house if I lose a game. Like I would try. I would be like so focused.
Yeah.
So for me, it is like that. But I totally understand with these guys because they have been born and brought up like that. I remember you were playing with I once with Ronak in some Asians when you were coming from China at the airport.
Uh,
You're playing this 10 seconds or 30 seconds
yeah.
online and I was like, these guys are crazy. Yeah? Play over the board. We had clock, chess pieces. Play here. It is so much more fun than like just
Yeah.
on the thing. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have an important update. Duda has
Wow.
finally scored.
Wow. Duda has won his game here with the black pieces, and we have another huge result in the form of Anish Giri beating Timur Rajabov. Two big results
Wow.
coming in. Anish taking a big lead against Timur Rajabov, and
Hmm.
D5 played. Abhijit, D5.
Practically, it makes a lot of sense because let's say
ED5
if
does.
you,
Will you just go F5? This looks very scary.
I mean, yeah, this is the point. Like, yeah, so ED5, F5. But I guess you want to play knight d5 in general. You want to exchange
Yeah.
as many pieces when your king is weak, not really give too many chances. For knight d5. I guess queen d5, bishop g6 is his point,
Uh, yes.
right? I mean, what else? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now I see that once you
There
put
is
the
queen
moves
b5,
here,
queen b2.
queen b5 check and queen b2.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was
Once you
thinking
put
we
bishop.
just
Mhm,
somehow still try for this break.
mhm. But then
Actually,
now I
knight
just
by
get
95 played. So this is, I guess, going into the right direction for Nihal. No, queen d5.
yeah better than how it started to like for
I
sure.
mean, this is, I guess, he missed queen, bishop e4, queen b5 himself. I'm very curious what's happening here.
I think queen b5 check is very easy to miss.
Yeah,
It's
Nihal is
because
thinking.
because the king was on e1 for a very long time, like just from a psychological point of view,
Yeah,
and all of a sudden you play king f1 and you were also thinking about d5 earlier because somehow you want to break through with oppositional bishop, who are the attacking side is usually uh, gets ahead. But now, yeah, after bishop g6, queen
this is
b5, I
what he
don't think
does.
Nihal is worse.
Yeah,
I don't think Nihal is worse at all. No.
Yeah, he's fighting now. Bishop d6, queen b5 check.
Yeah, I guess bishop d3 has to come back. Yeah, what else?
Yeah, bishop d3 and
And
just
queen b2, and yeah, it's just I don't think black is worse. I mean, maybe a little bit worse because the king. I still feel black is a little bit more worse than white.
pawns
But
also hanging.
okay, yeah. So this is happening. He's gone queen b7. Okay, that is strange. I would rather give a check. No.
But you know what he wants to do? He wants to attack. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
d3, rook g8, and he's just like turning on the
Ah, okay,
attack
like
mode.
that. Right. Maybe you are right.
Because king e2 now, of course, it hangs in check. Like king e2, queen b2, now you would
Queen
happily
b2.
take because also you don't have to, I guess, but you can at least
I mean,
fizzle
it's
out.
still a better version of the other line.
Yeah,
So
queen b7, bishop d3. I'm expecting rook
rook
g8.
g8, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely rook g8 is not an easy move to meet with as white. Like queen g2 is a big threat,
Queen g2 is
and
threat,
I don't
rook
see a
d3. All
dude. I think he's going to win this game
I mean, it's crazy how we thought it's such a difficult position for black to play. Rook g8 hasn't played.
with no counterplay. Huh, by the way, with no counterplay at all.
Rook h2.
Wow,
Wow,
this
that's
is
very passive.
this is nervous. This is he's been getting nervous. But also the point is, how do you continue as black? If
That's
queen b2, yeah,
yeah.
queen
Rook
b2,
on b2.
it's he took on b2, but
I don't
again,
think queen b2 rook b2 is equal. I think black is just better to be honest because of his bad rook on h2 and
I
pawn
don't
on
know.
h2.
I can just play bishop e2, and I'll say, okay, your pawn on
Uh-huh.
h5 is still also like this,
Yeah, that's true.
and
Maybe something like this could maybe still be some complications, but there's also rook d8 check actually now that I think about it. I can't really
yeah,
take.
you have to be careful. Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
be
I might,
careful.
you know,
And then rook g2, g8 is
yeah.
hanging, so maybe rook a2 here,
Queen
but also rook b1.
c7.
So,
Wow,
uh,
I really like what Sevian is doing
you really like what Sevian is doing for Nihal,
for
right?
Nihal.
Yeah, rook d8, and yeah, black is threatening
Now we
now.
fight.
Probably, I don't know. Black is threatening right now. To be honest, are we
Um,
threatening anything? Maybe rook d3, queen b1, king e2, rook g1.
yeah,
Some, but it's not really like a
it's
threat.
just that this rook is so bad, and now all our pieces are
Yeah.
active, and his king is so weak. I mean, king is very weak now. All of a sudden,
Uh, yeah, imagine like 5 moves back or 7 moves back.
I would never.
Yeah, you could never imagine. And black king on f8 is so tucked in,
So
and it's
safe.
like,
what? What a crazy. I guess d5 was just a little hasty.
yeah, probably it was not required at the moment, also considering the match situation. And it's the first time, Harshit, Nihal is up on the clock in this match.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. He has big attacks coming, and we have another update. Wesley So has also won his game against Andrekian, which means that I'm not sure if he has clinched any. I think he needs half a point more to clinch the match. Oh, and he blundered. He blundered. Rook d1, queen b5, or something is coming, and he blundered mate. Oh, queen b5. Yes, yes, and we can see here Sevian can feel it. Rook g1 check, and it's all over. Queen d5 check.
GG's.
GG,
So,
boy,
mm,
GG.
just to illustrate before, like when he played Queen B5 check, just let's go back a little bit.
I just want to see the reaction. That was incredible. Wow.
See, this
Wow.
is what Nihal is famous of. Yeah. So
Let's
Bishop
go,
D1,
Abhijit.
Queen
What a
B5.
comeback. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. So now Bishop E2 is again not possible because you were thinking maybe, like you're just coming back and forth what is going
I
on.
think
But
you're
after,
right. He might have just thought that, I can just defend or something like
yeah,
this, but Queen D1, Queen B1, and it's just checkmate.
yeah.
So Sevian finally showing some signs of being a human and making big mistakes.
This is what I was talking about. Like, Nihal is the person who can play well when he is under time pressure. But not everybody can do that. Just
Yeah,
try to put pressure on the clock.
yeah.
If he can do that, Sam will make mistakes. And this is the first time we have seen that he has made mistake only when he was under down on the clock.
Yeah, you're.
And this is the first time he was down on the clock.
And let's just see how it all went through. We thought that Black has no counterplay
First of all,
whatsoever.
GF3, I would never play
Yeah,
GF3.
I don't like this decision too. This I agree with you completely. That Rook F3 just is practically so much easier for White to play. Rook on open file.
Just play B4, play knight E4.
Yeah,
It feels like white
yeah,
position is flowing, It's like music is just flows, Like when you play such a nice music, you're like, it just
yeah.
flows, yeah, through you. You don't have to think about it. Whereas here, after GF3, yeah, you really have to, like, I literally don't have words for GF3. It might be the best move. Like, guys, like, I don't really know
And
what
I think
computer is saying here,
this is where
but
it all turned around. D5.
D5, yeah. I think what it, when it turned around was this Queen B7 moment.
Queen
We
B7.
were thinking
What
about
a
Queen B5.
beautiful move. Wow.
Yeah, I was thinking just Queen B5, Queen B2. Maybe the Sam has missed it.
Yeah,
And yeah, Nihal will make a draw and it's all good. But yeah, Queen B7 showed ambition, yeah. Like,
yeah,
okay, okay, if you want to make a draw, yeah.
yeah.
But you have to make a draw already now. And
Hmm.
after Queen B7, yes, we could see, even on the screen, like Sam's face,
Yeah.
we could see he was getting a little bit nervous. So
Beautiful
tremendous result.
game.
Tremendous
Beautiful.
result. Yeah, let's have a quick roundup. Uh,
Yeah.
what
We
has
have
happened in all the games?
we had Hikaru
Hikaru,
Nakamura losing. Sorry,
I
against
mean,
Yan.
we are so used to saying Hikaru Nakamura winning.
So actually
So yeah,
went down to Jan Christoph Duda with the white pieces. Wesley So uh, uh, won on time.
yeah, but okay, it was winning
Okay, all and
anyway.
also winning on position, I guess. So it didn't really
Yeah.
matter. And Anish Giri have scoring a big victory here with the white pieces against. And what a tactic! What a tactic here. Queen takes
Wow.
e4.
Let's just pause it. Let's just go back a few moves
Yeah,
to show, like, So 95, Queen is at, yeah, yes. Let me take it from here.
Queen Bishop d7. Wow. So knight d7, probably rook into d7, queen d7, queen e4, knight e5 will be deadly.
Yeah. So what
Um,
happened then? Like,
Queen g6,
so
knight
90.
e5, queen
This is
takes
really pretty.
e4. This is beautiful.
This all
And of
comes
course,
out of, all this from puzzle book. I'm sure on chess.com in the chess, this puzzles rush,
yeah, it's gonna come.
this position will come. This
Yeah.
position will come.
And white is just a piece up and completely winning. So black resigned. So we've actually, besides the Nihal game, Abhijit, all the three other matches already have a clear, I would say, like a clear favorite, or already I would say a clear winner.
So Anish is 2 point ahead.
Two
Hikaru is
points ahead.
3 points
Three
ahead,
points
which
ahead.
was, and Wesley
Wesley
is
is
also
two
three
points
points
ahead.
ahead.
3 points ahead, you're right. So it's going to be the Nihal's match, which is going to be the most important one right now.
Yeah.
And here
And
we see it on the screen, guys. Hikaru Nakamura has the score of 4-1. Jan Christoph Duda winning. Wesley So with 4-1. Anish Giri 3.5, 1.5. And
so
Sevian
basically, again, Hikaru needs to make one draw,
Yeah.
which he needed before this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Wesley is again, he also needs to make one draw.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Anish, one thing I'm seeing, the people who are playing from Serbia rather than from Canada, they're not really doing very well
Except our
in this
boy.
game. Our boy just made a comeback. He's just equalized the match, and I'm just
Yeah.
hoping we finish this in next 2 games.
Yeah.
So
Let's take a quick break before we come back before the next round. So stay tuned and we'll be back with Nihal Sarin playing with the white pieces against Sam Sevian. And guys, what a victory it was by Nihal Sarin. I am extremely excited because the score is now tied two and a half, two and a half. Nihal winning with the black pieces against Sam Sevian. And now, after he's going to be back, he's going to be playing with the white pieces. And the person who scores the next 2 points is going to be in the semi-finals of the chess.com global championship, securing a prize fund, if I'm not wrong, of $50,000, with $200,000 going for the first place, playing for big stakes here. And I didn't see Nihal listening to any music today. I don't think that his song choice of Hotel California was working for him. So he's just back to full on focus and an amazing victory here with the black pieces. We also saw three other decisive results as we saw Anish Giri playing a beautiful combination against Temur Rajabov. So, guys, what do you guys think? What is going to be the prediction for the next four matches? Please tell whatever you think in the chat. For me, I think Nihal is having a big momentum. He just won with the black pieces, so I'm going to say that Nihal is going to win the next game. Anish is going to play with the black pieces, so my prediction will be that it will be a draw. And Wesley So playing with the black pieces just needs a draw to clinch the match, and I think that he will clinch the match. Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Christoph Duda, though that is one match. I'm not sure what my prediction will be. I obviously want to go with the fan favorite choice of saying that Nakamura will win, but deep down I'm rooting for an underdog victory in this match and hope that Jan Christoph Duda tries for some sort of a comeback. What do you guys think? Two victories in line for Nihal. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I'm actually very curious if he will play one d4 and bishop f4, the London system, which he always plays, or whether he will go for something more aggressive in terms of maybe play e4 and maybe some Sicilian, or maybe in d4 try to play some main lines. It's going to be very interesting to see. Even yesterday, if you guys remember, it was a very interesting London system game where um, it was very complicated, and in the end, after sacrificing the piece, Nihal managed to hold a draw. And here we see Hikaru Nakamura on the screen. I think he's just maybe revising his openings because the last game did not really work well for him. But he just needs a draw, and he knows that. I'm actually also, if you think about it, Sam Sevian must be thinking that I'm going into the second day with the white pieces. So let's just play something solid, something which will allow me to play for two results. And he actually had it. If you look at this position, I and Abhijit both thought that black does not really have big counterplay here. White is a clean pawn up, and after rook f3, bishop h4, I think that it would have been very difficult for Nihal to muddy the waters. But gf3, and still it was fine. But Nihal managing to somehow find good chances after this queen b7 move. Amazing, amazing victory with the black pieces, which completely changes the psychological game here, because uh, Sevian now thinking that he is leading into the match. Now he has to defend with the black pieces, which will be very unpleasant. And they don't have a big break. They play very quickly here. I also wanted to ask Nihal what he does. What he does during the break, during before after finishing a round. Does he actually prepare, or does he do something else? So Abhijit, I was just talking about how it this completely changes the psychological impact because Sam was thinking कि यार मैं तो white pieces से खेल रहा हूँ जीत जाऊंगा, and now again suddenly he has to defend with the black pieces.
Yeah, it is it's going to be a big turnaround, and I think this also gives a huge morale to Nihal,
Mm-hmm.
just because again he was struggling. He was struggling, but even though you're struggling, even at that scenario, if you can score a point, it's still a huge mental morale just to get into the next last three games. And yeah, I mean, my prediction still can be true. Maybe he'll win the next two games, and yeah,
Guys, if he wins the next two games, I would like to call like, and whenever Real comes with us, I would like you guys to do something special. I mean, that would be incredible to be 1 point down going into the second game, and if he manages to win two more games, it's going to be epic.
for sure, for sure. And yeah, I think we still have some time to for a lift off. Like I see all the games are like still paused. They haven't started yet. What is the prediction in general for all the matches?
I just actually was quickly saying that I thought that Nihal is having big momentum, so I thought that Nihal will score a victory. I thought that Anish and Rajabov will be a draw, and Wesley just needs half a point to clinch the title, so I thought Wesley will clinch it. And
Mhm.
Nakamura versus Duda. I mean, of course, everyone knows that Nakamura is the big favorite, but I wanted some spice in that match, and hope that Duda wins.
I think you can say like at least from 95% surety that it will be a US semi-final in one group
US
between
semi-final. Yeah.
Hikaru and So versus So.
Yeah.
And yeah, also Anish, I think big favorite. I don't see him messing up this lead.
Hmm.
Like I don't even see him getting into tiebreaker now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think the most crucial match is again for our
Nihal.
boy
Our
Nihal.
boy needs to go to the semi-final, the Abhijit Bhai. Whatever happens, he needs to,
Yeah,
be the only Indian representing India in the semi-finals.
yeah. Also, like I don't think he's an underdog to anybody in this field, barring
Yeah.
probably Hikaru.
Yeah.
Except Hikaru, I think he can take on anybody on a like it will be level playing field except
Hmm.
Hikaru. But yeah, so big talent, and the kid is just grown up, like with his mustache and everything. And yeah, it
But he
just
still
feels
feels the same, yeah. Like the how he was
yeah.
3-4 years back, 5-6 years back. He's the same Nihal, the guy who like never was sitting on the board and playing foosball. I think not much has changed.
I mean, few things have changed. I used to consistently beat him before. Now it is turned other way around. Now maybe if we play 10 game match, I'll win one game here and there. I'll make some draws here and there. But we all know what's going to happen in the rest of the games.
Yeah, it's amazing how he has improved and got climbed this ladder of um, ratings and stuff like that. But I actually, Abhijit Bhai, what do you think? What are the chances of Nihal reaching the finals?
No, very good chances. Like if he can win this game, especially uh, ho- I mean from the position he was in, like
Hmm.
from yesterday, and he was struggling throughout. Like all 5 games,
Yeah.
he was never really better. Like
Yeah.
he was better for one move, then he won the game.
Yeah.
And in yesterday 4 games, he was probably worse in three of them at least.
Yeah.
So this is a big sign. Like everybody can play well when you have a good positions,
Yeah.
but not everybody can defend when you have bad positions. So he managed to lose only one game out of that four yesterday. It's already a big sign of a sign of a big player
Yeah.
that
And
you don't give up very easily.
he's
So
fighting.
yeah,
He's
I'm
fighting.
yeah, I'm very hopeful that if he wins this match, then I don't think again, I would say the same thing. Like barring Hikaru, I don't think he's underdog to anybody in the world
Yeah,
right now
yeah,
in this kind of format.
yeah. We saw him beating Dingleren in just 3 games, so we all know what he's
That
capable of
that was
on a
not
big
beating. That was like cruising, crushing,
stage.
or like dismantling.
And it
that,
didn't
that
even
it's,
seem like it.
and come to think of it, Ding is playing the World Championship match, right? He'll play
Yeah,
the next World Championship match. So we all see like his skills, like especially in this format, online, rapid or blitz. He's very skillful, and he can compete with the best of the best.
yeah. And just a few
I mean,
like, yeah,
not only compete, like come out
yeah,
on top.
yeah. And just a few insights during the pandemic, it was me, Nihal, and a few other, these talented kids. We used to play like, ultra bullet or chess variants. And Nihal and Arjun were just, like they were just much, much better than the rest. Even in the
Why do
very,
you do this to yourself? Why do you do this to yourself, Harshit? Like I
no, it
learned it
was,
long ago. I remember the same Asian which I was talking about this story when you and Ronak were playing on your phone like this 30
oh,
seconds or one
yeah,
minute.
yeah.
And the same Asian, we also at the airport we were playing this bug house,
Hmm.
and in one team there was Nihal and Arjun, and they're consistently beating us. Like whomever I was teaming up with, maybe I suck at it at bug house, but they're just crushing us left, right, and center. And do we have a lift off?
We do have liftoff between Jan Christoph Duda and Nakamura, and they go for this line which Nepomniachtchi was playing in the World Championship, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
And
yeah, you're right.
very quickly, a lot of moves have been played. Um, Queen D1, Knight A2. It seems like Hikaru is just very well prepared here. That's the thing with Hikaru. He's always very well prepared in the lines he plays.
Yeah, also this has been played so many times. Also I feel in the candidates also, Jan Nepomucci used it, so
Mhm.
he would have had a look at it,
Yeah,
and the forcing nature of it, it makes it like not very difficult to prepare. Let's just put
yeah,
it that way. And also we know that Hikaru just needs to just make one draw to clinch
one
the
drop.
match and
Yeah,
proceed to the semi-final. Uh, so
he must be
yeah,
very happy with this.
yes, for sure. Like uh, I don't know whether he'll be happy about it or not, but the position is still slightly worse for Black because he's just down a pawn.
Yeah,
But again, once you purposely go into such kind of position, you're always prepared for it,
yeah,
and you understand. Okay, you're pawn down, you still have to defend. But whereas if this position would have come after a normal position, you would be a little bit, circumspect. You would still think about, what is going on. You will still
yeah.
be a little bit nervous. But now, when you know what is going on, yeah, I think
Yeah. I
Hikaru's done a
also
great job.
takes I think E3 something like Queen E3, Rook C8,
Hmm.
or even Rook C8 immediately.
Also, you don't want to take on d4 or to neutralize
Oh,
another pawn.
I didn't want to allow this structure. Um,
Hmm.
I thought that it would be better if I could somehow try to target this pawn.
Sure. I thought queen
Also,
a3, queen c1 still goes on. The game
yeah,
goes on.
Queen A3 there is Queen C1 actually. It's a very powerful move. So maybe I should start with Rook D8 or Rook C8 maybe.
Yeah, but then again, knight e1 and try to exchange this your bishop.
Yeah,
But
it's
maybe
not
bishop c. I mean, you cannot really move because it's
a
pinned.
pin, but
Today I
still,
lost a
you're
very
right actually
stupid
that.
game like this because of the pin like this.
No, we have this actually on the board. Bishop F6 E3. So
Ah,
like we will maybe, is it something forcing like E5?
mm, I'm not entirely sure what happens after. Let's just say DE. You want to take bishop e5, I guess.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to do. Knight
So your
E5.
point 95 bishop g2. Let's say I go rook e1. Maybe bishop rook e1. Yeah, makes. I was thinking maybe bishop h3, but maybe I have queen f3
So
there.
I
Just
wanted to attack the
Mhm.
knight first, and
Maybe queen h5 if it's possible to
but
play.
then
I'm
I
not
can
entirely.
take. Yeah, queen h5. I cannot take actually. So
Yeah.
maybe g6 I have and
Yeah,
some
but
draw.
g6. I have 4 pawns, so I
That
not.
is true. There is a lot of pawns. Oh, we
I'll
have
also pick up c5 pawn unless I'm not getting mated. So
queen
I'm
a5
not
king
entirely
a1
sure.
in the board.
This looks more saner. But
Mhm.
again, in this kind of position, white will always have a pawn up. Of course, the drawing margin is very high. Black has
I'm
very good
surprised
drawing chances.
Black didn't have anything forcing, or at least that this was the first long thought of Nakamura, and I'm surprised that uh, like he was not like fully. I guess he's he still thought that wow he takes. I don't know how equal this is.
I think he just wants to put up this position with cd4, maybe g6, h5.
Or did you want to
No,
go e5? I think
e5 is generally you don't want
because
to make because with a particular bishop, you want to keep this f7 pawn,
mm-hmm.
very. You want to defend this f7 pawn, but he has gone e5, like you said. My idea was like if I can just take and put rook a7, bishop d5, e4, like generally this kind of structure, this kind of
Yeah.
position where my rook is attacking the f7 pawn, bishop is attacking the f7 pawn, then I
Mhm.
simply play e4, f4, e5, like slowly. And it is not
Yeah,
that easy to make a forced draw, there.
I absolutely agree. I don't think this is going to be an easy draw at all, especially after bishop f6, bishop d5. If that has been
Mhm.
allowed, it's very far away from a draw.
Probably he could play something like rook e8, rook e8, rook e7, try to guard this seventh rank and this f7 pawn. But
Do
even
you go
yeah,
g6 or you don't? Big decisions.
yeah, I'm skeptical of going at g6 because of h5.
Yeah. And
And
on the other hand, if you
again,
don't, I'll go h5.
yeah, but I think I don't really mind you going h5 so much. Then when I go h6 and then I have to make, yeah, I like g5 more than, because
Wow.
h5 now at least I have a square on g7 now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So probably my fortress should be h5. I would put rook e7, king g7, bishop f6, and try to ask you,
Just
okay, how
yeah.
do you make progress? But I see there is many ways you can make progress. Like at some point you'll defend this pawn on e3, and then you want to play f4, then
Yeah.
play e4, maybe play e5 later on, and it is
I'm,
unpleasant. Like I can see why. Although it is like probably if you would switch on engine, probably it would say like roundabout equal. But I can totally understand why black players don't want to go into such kind of
yeah.
positions.
No, for sure. I guess Hikaru is the only kind of person who is so tenacious that he feels that he will be able to hold this. But if I were given a choice, I would probably never choose to enter this 4 versus 3. It felt very dangerous to me.
Yeah. Also, the point, like the problem in such kind of position is like you're always suffering
Yeah,
as black,
yeah.
and maybe this format is okay to go here because you're suffering only for half an hour. In a classical format, you will suffering for 6 hours. So that is also a little bit to think about. Like how much can you suffer in general, in a day?
So I guess
So
he just wants to annoy like white with bishop e1, maybe like just um
yeah, I think the ideal setup for white should be maybe put rook on the c5, c6,
let's just
or
I can
somewhere.
make whatever moves. So yeah, let's see this.
Yeah, and then probably play bishop t5, e4, and then
Yeah,
try to play f4.
just to like make some random moves and illustrate White's idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
and I mean, I don't think should take, but I'll force you to take with king g4,
mhm.
and then you take. Then probably I'll play e5, then try to bring my king to e4 so that I
Yeah,
can play
e4.
f5. But again,
Yeah.
it's not very easy because you can always target his pawn on e5 and
Hmm.
not let me play f5 successfully.
Yeah, because for this
But
bishop king g2.
yeah, but again, this is not like I would never play this myself. Also, like you said, like it is.
Yeah.
Uh,
And this came right from the opening, actually. It
And
was.
you know why I would not play this? Because if you lose like this in a classical game, you would feel so stupid about it. Like you go for a line which is slightly worse, and you know how to hold it, but it is impossible to know exactly how to hold it.
Yeah,
And once you lose this, you're just like, what have I done? I just wasted one game just like this. My opponent is like so happy just playing out this position forever, and basically you just have to defend for 6 hours. And this is not why you play any sport, just to sit and
yeah.
take all the punches.
And
The
Duda
problem,
seems to be, getting some sort of an energy after winning the last game. I mean, he looks very, very fresh now, focused, looking forward to grinding out black.
this position, I would have all the energy in the world to play with white pieces. But no, the simple thing is like I have not risking anything.
Yeah,
Okay, here of course you have to win on demand.
yeah.
But in general, I was just saying like why I would not play this line is just because there is no upside to it. If I have to suffer for 6 hours, I would rather play some sharp Kings Indian where
Hmm.
I can, if there is a moment, I can also punch back. There'll not come any moment in
Yeah,
this where black can punch back.
yep. You can never even sacrifice here because the pawn on h5 is too strong and the pawn on f7 is also going to be weak. So that is also completely out of the question.
Now that you mention it, I'm not entirely sure whether this is out of the question because how do you go about it to take this pawn? It's not that simple. But
Yeah.
again, let's not discuss about it because it's going to this is going to
I
take
think
the
in
show.
general, I think that if I could just quickly mention one thing is that my idea of winning would be like if I could just make free moves would be this.
Mhm.
And I would
But
think
again,
that
you have to see that it's a wrong color bishop. So let's say if I get manage to get rid of your g pawn.
yeah, that's true. This is a wrong square for the bishop. But since I thought I have this, then I would have good chances. But of course, this is never going to happen, and
Yeah.
we have.
Also, I think the defensive mechanism is actually to try to put your rook on the f file rather than try to
Mhm.
defend like straight wise rather than from the
Yeah,
side.
keep rook on this
But
diagonal.
I mean, again, this is like far fetched, and
Yeah.
we all know this is the last defense which black can do in this position.
So does Nakamura want to say that white can never get this e4, bishop d5, f4, or what is he trying to say here? Because or Jan Christoph Duda did not really go for the most logical plan.
Uh, to be honest, I don't know because it's it's very easy to just say the plans which white has or which black can
Yeah,
defend, but to have a pinpoint accuracy how to make those plans work, it's not very easy. You just have to be very precise about everything because sometimes black just wants to play f5 f4 and exchange everything whatever he can.
that is true. Actually, that can be something which is very devious and very easy to miss. This f5 for all
So
it does have its own pros and cons, but with the right, I mean, for example, you can never also do this because it runs into this. So some small tricks, of course, still possible here and there. Although I don't think white is risking anything much
even
here.
now white is not risking anything.
Yeah,
I remember Carlsen winning one of the games like this in
just
this exact
sacrificing a
position.
bishop
No, this exact position,
like
and
this.
just pushing up the pawns. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
like at least very similar. But here, at least you have rook g5 and bishop e7, so you
yes,
pick
yeah.
up
If
you
you
pick
got
up
king
another pawn.
h3 and g4, it's not clear at all. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so, rook c7, king f8, rook b7. They're just making moves. I guess White's idea would be to play for 50 moves, then push a pawn, then play for another 50 moves, push a pawn, and Black will have low time at some point, and then it just will be very difficult for him to defend.
And that black is like that Hikaru Nakamura,
That is unfortunately
yeah.
true. He's
But
playing
yeah,
too
I
fast.
see your I see your point. I see your point. This is a very good practical term. Like if somebody wants to do this, never in such kind of position you can always wait. This is very important because try to make your opponent suffer as much as you can, and not by doing something direct. Black cannot stop any direct threats anyway in this kind of position.
Mm-hmm.
You just wait, make him suffer as much as you can, and then, as Harshit pointed out, when your opponent is like a little bit low on time and he's like, you think he's a little bit suffering, then make the blow. A small blow can only then you can win this kind of position, not by going all out immediately.
Yeah. We
So
also
yeah,
had
like
other games starting. Um,
I see Anish has started.
yeah, maybe we can
Oh, very
quickly
sure.
see what's happening
Mm-hmm.
there. I'm just waiting for the Nihal game to start, but maybe we can quickly look at this game. It seems like Rajabov is very well prepared here, and we see this
Uh,
castle, knight c6, rook e1, rook b8, e4, b5, some ideas, a3.
Bishop
And it's very
f4.
hard to find Anish being, caught in the opening. But of course, Rajabov is also very, very strong and maybe found some new ideas.
I used to play a lot such kind of positions, but with pawn on c6, then pawn on a6 as white,
Yeah,
where it could come in some sort of Slav positions where you give up
yeah,
the c4 pawn, but you have control all over the center. One
mhm,
good thing about such kind of position is black can never really break free.
yeah,
Like like let's say you move the knight and you want to play you want to break somehow, yeah, to break
yeah,
through, like in general to break free in this position. But the problem is whenever you play c5, you have d5,
yeah.
and white can slowly improve. Like I can play rook d1, I can play h3, g4,
Hmm.
just to make small improvements in the position. And if you see black what can black play? Maybe bishop b7, but other than that, I don't see a direct plan for black in general in such kind of
Yeah.
position. So it
And
can
we
look a
have
little bit
kickoff.
deceptive.
We have
We
kickoff.
do.
So I'm directly going to jump there without uh, any other delay, and we have the Scotch. And let me just quickly ask our producer
Which
if we
one?
can flip the
Which
board.
coach?
The opening, unfortunately, or fortunately.
Unfortunately, okay. So yeah, so Nihal is white in this, and he has
Yep.
gotten this
Okay, and we have
bishop
flipped
c5
board.
scotch.
Amazing. So we are looking from the white side here. Knight d2, bishop c5, knight b3. Yeah, so this knight d2, this rare move was, I think, played by Vidit when he won his game against Aryan Tari. Um, a kind of a rare move. And bishop c5 is the way to play. Another idea for black to play is d5, the most logical. Oh,
I,
but bishop c5 is also very good.
even rarer than 92, yeah.
Yeah,
Bishop c5.
yeah. So they're already entering, the kind of the
But this I like very much because now Nihal is playing on his own territory. Like
yep,
because 94 is a big move here,
yeah.
which I remember what I remember.
Hmm.
But again, eh, you don't want to make it work in like in a 15-minute game.
Yeah, you're just
You
dumb. If
want to
I'm
make a
not
simple
wrong,
move.
they do this,
Mhm.
this, and black white has some queen h5 or bishop e3 ideas. And in a rapid game, especially when an opponent doesn't know, I love it. I love this opening choice from Nihal.
Yeah, just
Uh,
bishop e3, bishop d3, and
yep,
just play on, yeah. And you have all sort of f4, f5 ideas.
yep.
Uh,
He didn't bishop b6. Look. Also, he already did not take the pawn, and e5 very quickly played Nihal, showing that he's well prepared.
yeah, this is being very practical from Sam. Like I would also, if I don't know this, I would be very scared to take on e4 in general. I would try to make it work in a classical game.
Yeah, but
Like, see my
it
words, classical game, not 15-minute online game. I would not try to make 94 work. I would rather play bishop b6 and try to pray, yeah, that I don't lose
but
on the spot.
now knight d5 is already a big blunder because of c4 c5. So he has to go
Oh,
queen e7.
very well pointed out that 95 c4 and then bishop on b6 is trapped
It's just trapped
because of its own pawn, yeah, own pawn
because of his
c7
own
and
pawn. Yeah. So queen
also
e7.
90. I would like to mention one thing. Instead of
Yeah.
95, there is also it is queen e7 also. 94 queen g4 was also
Uh-huh.
some move. I
Some
don't know
line. Uh-huh.
what it's happening there
Yeah.
because you take on f2 or play d5 queen g7. Okay, it's a mess,
Yeah. We have
but
queen
I'm
g7.
sure Nihal knows his best
Best before
mess
knight
better than
e4.
all of us, including Sam.
And he played a3 first. I just love how Nihal has chosen this opening. And guys, I mentioned that he's going to go e4, and he does go for e4, and he's playing this very exciting h4, and he's 0.3 seconds. Beautiful.
It feels like it is somewhat inspired by Arjun. Like, I've
Mhm.
never seen Nihal playing like this.
Yeah,
Whereas Arjun Arigesi, another Indian youngster who has been like reaching milestone after milestone, is been doing very well in
another
this
Rajabov.
format, in classical format, in life, in everything, in general. But yeah, normally Arjun plays such kind of positions very well when everything is hanging, because he's very sharp, he calculates very well. And
Yeah,
I'm not saying that Nihal doesn't do the same thing, but somehow he enjoys the grinding position. Nihal enjoys the grinding position more than this kind of position, or at least that's what I've seen him in the recent past.
guys, I'm just so excited. He has almost 15 minutes, and Sam Sevian, who usually is extremely well prepared, is just struggling here.
Do you think my prediction will come true that he's going to win all three
Oh,
games like on the trot?
I am going to be so excited if that happens that I will do whatever challenge you tell me to, like an easy challenge.
69 push-ups.
That is not easy. I tried it once, and he goes at
So it's
six. Logical.
which is logical, yeah, which is logical.
And
And
now
again,
I'm
probably the same
G3
plan, yeah, rook h3, and then
or rook
which
h3.
Sam was doing earlier with white pieces.
But
Probably
now
Nihal
rook
could
h3 might
replicate the
turn
same.
in. I'm not sure if it's g3, rook h3, or just bishop d2.
But rook h3 d6, I just want to play rook g3, and again, it's
Uh-huh.
not very easy for you to figure out what to do, no?
Yeah, that is
Because
true.
the whole plan is the c6 and c7 pawn are quite weak, so I don't mind exchanging e5 pawn to any other pawn,
Mhm.
So not
What
entirely sure what is.
I was thinking here. I
But also
don't.
bishop d2, like you said, bishop d2 long castle, just double up,
Yeah,
because it's very difficult to get to white's king on c1, whereas black king on e8 or g8, it's like a sitting duck. Yeah.
yeah. I would say one thing that if Nihal has not seen rook h3, I don't typically see Nihal making a move like rook h3. Honestly, I
Hmm.
think that he's the kind of player who likes moves more in the nature of bishop d2. But maybe I'm proven wrong, and he does actually go for this line that you
No, but
mentioned,
I,
which
I
is
I don't know whether rook h3 is stronger than bishop d2 or bishop d2 is stronger than rook h3, because both are quite logical. Like
yeah,
bishop d2, bishop c3 in general feels
yeah,
like a nice way to play this position, where you sort of stop f6, you sort of stop d6. Basically, you stop any pawn breaks, then you can see both the bishops, c8 bishop and b6 bishop, will
yeah.
eventually be tied down completely.
Mm-hmm.
So both the moves are quite possible. I mean, rook h3, if it works, it works. But whereas bishop d2, I'm sure, is working.
Just simple, yeah, simple move.
Yeah, simple
Uh,
chess, yeah. And this is, like you said, this is more in Nihal's style,
yeah,
where
he does go for it.
again,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's so natural to play bishop d2, bishop
yeah,
c3, or bishop d2 long castle, bishop c.
yeah,
Basically, put bishop on c3, stop f6 and d6, and then think about the next possibilities. Maybe f4, f5. Maybe you
yeah,
don't you don't need rook h3 at all. Yeah, you maybe play g4, bishop g2, or
yeah,
g3, bishop g2. Basically, you're playing against the c8 bishop. If this doesn't come out, then rook on 8 doesn't come out,
yeah.
and king can never be safe on g8 in general in this such kind of position.
And
So basically, if you just keep the bishop on c8 as white, if you can keep it. So yeah, Sam is very smart.
rook
He's,
b8.
he's
Wow.
going for immediate counterplay, like how Nihal did in the first game, with white when Nihal was black. This b2 pawn. Remember this b2 pawn,
Yeah,
which changed the whole complexion of the
yeah.
match. I think the
So
same thing
maybe
is
now
going to
rook
happen
h3,
again.
or is it now
I
too
mean,
much?
somehow it's a little bit inconsistent, no? Like if I want to play rook h3, has
Yeah,
he done rook h3 or not?
he's thinking. I just made
Oh,
the
okay, okay,
move.
okay, okay.
Um,
But but it feels a little bit inconsistent. If I want to do rook h3, why would I play bishop d2? No,
yeah, that's true.
but maybe rook h3 is still good. Although I understand rook h3, now you're not your main point is not rook g3, but probably your
It
main
just
point is to defend
protects.
this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, to solidify this knight on b3, so that the rook on b8 doesn't really give any sort of x-ray towards this b3 knight.
It was long castle, guys. By the way, bishop f2 was a threat for black after rook b8. He goes for long castle,
No, I
ignoring
like
the
it.
threat, and which means that he says that bishop f2 to marega, so queen f2 rook b3. This is hanging.
अच्छा,
Or
मैंने सुना नहीं उसने जब बोला ये.
but do you
But
want to take this or you want
is queen
to?
f2 force? Is queen f2 force there? I'm not entirely sure.
I, you can maybe still go rook h3.
Yeah, I was thinking rook h3 just to be like more precise.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say
No, this
bishop
seems
is
very
hanging. Yeah,
dangerous
so
for black.
you go back. Yeah, I don't
But this,
see a move.
I mean, if you have to go back all the way, then I'm already pretty happy.
Rook now rook g3 already,
Yeah,
and
yeah. No, you're right. Rook h3 looks very good indeed. Even this, I
like
think that
safe. Yeah, Harshit, like no, play safe. Yeah, don't have to rush things. Don't have
yeah,
to exaggerate things. Just
yeah,
keep calm.
simple. Yeah,
Easier said than done. I mean, especially from a guy who has lost like 3 games in a row today.
yeah. No, but even this Abhijit looks so good for white with the black bishop and knight on a6 just completely
No,
out
no,
of
no,
it.
no. For sure, I totally agree. I totally agree with what you're saying. But I just feel like
Yeah, no, I like this too. Yeah,
this bishop is not really worth my knight on b3.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like let's say if bishop goes back, and then already I feel like it's an
Yeah.
achievement for me.
You have an attack coming here, h5, bishop h6. Everything is in the air.
And
And
knight on b3 sort of like also holds my pawn on b2, like it sort of provides a shield,
yep.
to pawn on b2. And if the pawn on b2 is intact, then my king on c1 is super intact.
And we see Nihal kind of stretching here, seems pretty comfortable, but still super focused. I guess short castle is the only other move that kind of made sense to me. Or knight c5 I was didn't really want because I
Mhm.
thought it allows knight d4, but
Ah,
maybe this is
okay. So
how,
your idea is to go knight f5 next, yeah?
yeah,
If it's
try
if
to adapt.
given a chance, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And the knight
Yeah.
again blocks the bishop, so it's not clear what he wants as well.
But again, you have to understand, like, in general, principle, if you just think about, like, from a basic perspective, like, what does white want, what does the black one in this position? And what
Yeah,
are the trumps for both the sides? So
yeah.
for white king is very safe. And in general, king safety is very important in chess.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter your queen up, knight up, rook up, whatever. If your king is getting mated, screw everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like your king is getting mated.
yeah,
So you don't have to really think about anything else because king safety is the main priority in chess. So here, white's king is very. I don't really see unless black can conjure up some magic towards like some knight c5, bishop c5, some sack on a3 combined with the rook opening on the b file.
yeah,
Otherwise, I don't. And whereas black king on e8 right now it's safe, but as soon as you put it on g8, as you pointed out, rook h3, rook
yeah.
g3, g4,
Attack.
g5, because you've already created a hook on h6,
Yep.
where you can always sacrifice
Yep.
there. So
He goes for
this is a
castle.
he goes for castle. Okay, it's going to be interesting. And another thing which I'd like to point out, Harshit, Nihal is again up on the clock.
Is ahead and a lot. It's almost 5 minutes up on the clock. It's almost one third of the time, which is huge.
And the same thing was happening yesterday, and Nihal was still competing.
Yeah,
But I'm sure, like, only Nihal and there are only a few people in the world could compete like this.
yeah.
Not everybody.
This
And
changes the
if
dynamic completely.
Sam could compete right now, then like hats off to him, like because it's
Yeah,
not an easy task to do, especially in such a position where I'd be super scared to play this even in a classical game with black pieces, where I have all the time in the world to calculate everything. I would be
this
still.
game, no matter what,
No,
is
no.
going to be very exciting.
Also, the main problem for black is, let's say, so first of all, knight c5, knight d4 is, like you said, is a very
Yeah.
good option. But let's
Hmm.
just to illustrate the point of what black can do or what black cannot do, like in
So
game.
it's
So
white
let's
to
say
pick
knight
like rook
c5.
h3. I guess just random move. Like
Yeah. So I mean, let's just say let's put g4, yeah, instead of rook
yeah,
h3.
g4.
So let's say knight c5 now.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c5, bishop c5. No, let's just put knight c5
Yeah,
just to
take.
illustrate. Like if I play very
Yeah,
primitively,
yeah.
like don't do anything. First of all,
Mm-hmm.
b4 is also in the air. Like,
That is true.
but I
B4
just
is
want to
fine.
play rook h3, like just to
Yeah.
defend this bishop e3 threat. And now I'm asking you, what is your next threat?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any threat. I am going to push g5, h5, and slowly come to your king.
Yeah.
And there is nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Literally
I think
nothing you can do against my king.
yeah. It will depend also a little bit. It will depend also concretely how it's going to work out. Of course, we just made random move g4. I guess black might have some ideas here, but yeah, I totally understand. Like if white just got one move like bishop c3, I don't see how I don't see how white black can generate a lot of play against this king. I still believe that he might actually go for this rook h3. He's still thinking here. What are his other options here? Abhijit, does he want to go bishop c3?
Yeah, bishop c3 was always there, just to avoid all this with f6, with d6 ideas,
Yeah.
just to solidify this pawn. Like Nimzovich once said, once you have a strong pawn, defend as much as you can, so that whenever it gets exchanged, you get, all your
Another.
pieces are around it.
And maybe now knights. I don't know what black wants. I just thought for some reason knight c5 is the most logical to move to my eye, but I don't see how it helps after knight before.
Yeah, yeah. Like you were absolutely right. Like knight c5 is always meant by knight d4 because knight f5 is so strong. I don't really know how black is going to react once you put your knight to f5 in
Yeah.
this position. So
Oh,
yeah,
did was I think there was a move castle. Oh, Nihal is still thinking actually.
after
Nihal is
short
still
castle,
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I guess it
I mean,
makes
Rukesh.
an important decision.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's also there is another idea in such kind of positions, which is very typical in this kind of scotch. Is yeah, you put bishop c3, you put queen e4, and you want to play bishop d3 and try to
Just
use
mate. Yeah,
this battery
just mate.
on the h7. So,
Can I go
but
very primitive with queen h5?
I feel we are being a little bit too biased in our analysis
That
because we are
yeah.
only showing ideas for white side. No,
So what's black's idea?
I- this is again, it was a trick question, which was like we are showing only ideas with white pieces because somehow black, it's not very easy to understand what is black's idea.
Yeah.
So that's why we are struggling also to figure out
But I
what
think
black wants to do.
you're right. Black does have some resources connected with some counterplay here. I'm pretty sure.
Something with knight c5, bishop, like something with the rook on
Yeah.
b8 and
Something.
sacrificing on e3 combined with
Actually,
it,
something
something
like
should
this
happen.
might be very good here. You're right that it kind of gives
Mhm.
some some ideas
Yeah.
for black
Also,
here.
it's not very easy to defend this b2 pawn, yeah, in
Yeah.
that position.
So you can't really go all in here with white. So you still have to make some moves. And bishop c3 played. Fine, making a
I
solid
like it.
move.
I like it
Yeah, yeah.
because your that bishop d4 trick, in that position will never
Yeah,
work now.
will never work. But he thought for 4 minutes 41 seconds, Abhijit. That's a lot of time.
But Harshit, it doesn't really matter because we know Nihal is fast.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way. He may
hmm
not be as fast as Flash, but he's fast.
he's he's very fast indeed. That is true. 6.5 minutes
So
here for Sevian. Seems to be also very focused here. What does black do? Let's try to figure out what black's going to. Let's predict black's move.
okay, it's not okay. You can do that. I leave it up to you.
Knight c5. I really like this knight feels so bad. He goes d6. Okay. Okay. So what is the point? If I take, you
Mm-hmm.
take,
You must take
take.
CD6, rook d6.
Rook d6 is not good. Because bishop c7. Yeah, nice trick. Hmm. So this is his pan. CD6 played actually. So we are at the live position here. Maybe just something like knight d4 here.
Yeah, 94 looks nice.
Because
Maybe knight
again,
a5. Maybe knight a5. Yeah,
knight
just so that
a5.
you don't.
Wow, very nice.
You also eye up
Oh, this
d6
is a
pawn.
beautiful move. Beautiful spot.
But this is
But
bread and butter for Nihal.
no,
Like
this is
this kind
really
of position
good.
is bread and butter for him. Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
this is superb point actually that you mentioned knight a5 because if it takes, it's no question white is much better, and if it doesn't take, then how does it defend?
both c6 and d6. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, like these kind of moves, it comes very natural to Nihal. Also,
yeah,
like my kind of style is also I would say it's quite similar. Like we have a similar style in that sense. So
and he played
I
it.
think this is
He played it.
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Like SNU, as soon as I saw this position on the board, like once you put it up with pawn on d6, it's like yeah, knight a5. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
like a reflex. For me it was a
yeah,
reflex. For I'm sure for Nihal it was the same as well.
yeah. No, this is amazing because he's gotten an end game with a, I would say, a pretty nice advantage. And the clocks are also around equal, but Nihal is 30 seconds up, so that is also very good. This looks very promising.
Yeah. Uh, I don't have anything more to add to that. But just one thing, it's very difficult for. I mean, I could understand why Sam went for this because he was under tremendous pressure
Yeah.
of getting mated. He was like, okay, I'll try to defend worse endgame. But
No, but I think
with
he just missed
Nihal,
it.
you think he missed 95 or what did he
I think
miss?
so. He's thinking for more than a minute now, and
Yeah, but
I think he thought that with this,
Harshit,
yeah,
Harshit, the problem is in this kind of situation in Scotch, like general this opening, most of the end games are good for white.
mm-hmm.
Like in general perspective, like even if you give up this e5 pawn, because this bishop on c8 and knight on a6 never really come to the game very quickly, they're always a little bit more pleasant for white to play. And now the pawns are even equal.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
This is beautiful, and yeah, I think
No, but
our
Abhijit, if we
boy,
win this,
our boy.
it's going to be huge. Our boy making a big comeback. No, I mean this is amazing. 4 minutes and counting. TikTok.
It's bad in India. but but yeah, like I don't know what to do here. Like to be honest, it's black. What do you do? Do you have
I
something like some sort of trick with knight c5 and bishop f5 and some cheaper with knight b3? Like
that
just to be,
knight c5 is a nice
let's
idea
just show,
because
yeah.
bishop c6 runs into bishop a5, knight b3. That's one idea. And the other idea is knight c6, bishop f5. Ignoring that I have this, let's just take. And now, oppa!
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
but
I saw the 97, but I don't know how to play with black piece. This is my
yeah, no,
problem
it's
here.
not. No, no, it's just honestly very difficult. And if he has to take, this is just
What I can do? I can start with bishop f5. Once you play knight c6, just to try to analyze this position. Like I still don't know. No, no. Instead of knight, yeah. So knight c6 now.
yeah,
Yeah, bishop f5, knight c6. Now rook e8,
yeah,
protecting the e7 square, also attacking your bishop.
yeah.
But then maybe you can just play bishop d3. Yeah.
We have some moves. We have rook to e8. What is that all about?
Uh,
Okay, so rook is
okay.
hanging, so I have to defend. So bishop
Bishop
d3
f.
or bishop f3 is of course much the most logical.
Yeah, bishop f3 is. I mean, it's begging to be played. Bishop f3.
Yeah. So
You
what is the
attack this
point?
pawn.
If knight c5, knight c6. Ah, I really like this bishop f5, b4.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe
No,
it's
it
not.
was it. I mean, the
Maybe
idea
the
was just to illustrate that okay, you can always go wrong in any
yeah.
position.
But maybe no.
So
It's a very possible idea for black to play actually. Maybe I
but
have
as you
knight.
said, B4 94
The
or
b4 is
what
the
was
move.
wrong with it? Yeah, yeah. B4 looked good, yeah.
But
Yeah.
knight e4, we are
Just
missing some
take
time.
on B8, yeah. take on
Oh yeah,
e4
yes.
and take on
Take
b8,
on
yeah?
the yeah, no counter. Rook e4. Yeah, nothing. So bishop f3 is still thinking.
By the way,
And
Harshit,
yeah,
Wesley has managed to draw his game and he's to the semifinals where he'll face one of the guys between Hikaru or Jan Sistov.
wow.
And did
And
Jan Sistov win his game again?
Jan Christoph has won and Temur Rajabov has won. So we have very, very exciting games happening.
Wow. Wow.
But Abhijit, let's focus on this game because our boy is 2.5 minutes up on the clock and Bishop f3 has been played. Big moment here. Big moment happening.
Really?
I don't know how
Bye
he will
bye.
defend.
So big moment has passed, no? If you don't know how to defend.
Big moment as if Nihal might take the lead.
Yeah, for sure. Like I feel the same. Like I
He
echo
takes
your emotion, man.
d5.
Take six and d5. This happened in the game, yeah? Or
Makes some sense. So if I take. Actually, I don't know if I have to take. I can just go rookie one first of all. I mean, I'm just better
yeah,
strategically.
yeah.
But of
Yeah,
course, I would like to.
I like Rookie One. Like once you pointed out Rookie One, I would play Rookie One without thinking. Because Rookie One, you have to take and play Bishop E6, I guess. Or
So
how
what
else would
happens
you
if I
defend
just
the pawn?
take? First of all, let's just take. You take.
I don't see what is wrong with it though. Takes.
Maybe he wants to get some counter play like this. But then I have rook d2. So
Maybe some sort of Bishop F5,
yeah,
Bishop C
it
F5
doesn't
combined with
feel
Rook C8.
it doesn't feel right to take this pawn on d5 for some reason.
Yeah, because in a way you're exchanging your good pawn on C4 to a weak pawn to C6.
I like CD, and now I think just like rook e1, bishop c3, rook
But you can
d4.
also start with Rook E1 like you pointed out. I don't know
Yeah,
why like you stopped looking at it like earlier
yeah.
without taking on D5.
He actually played CD,
Ah, okay. He played CD. Okay.
and now we have this live position on the board. I guess
Let's
rook
quick,
e1
let's
still
quickly check the time.
we have
Nihal has 3 minutes
50
54 52
seconds
seconds and he has
against
two
2 minutes.
minutes and few seconds. Yeah.
So I like this rook e1, bishop e6, and can I take now?
Yeah, I don't get it. Like I feel white should be just technically winning now.
Oh, he
And
goes
this is
b4. He goes b4.
no, I wanted to say the same thing as well. It also restricts the knight on
Wow,
a6. Knight c5
what
is
a
not coming. And now
beautiful.
this bishop f5 rook c8 is never really a big threat because once I push b4, I always have a hiding space for my
I
king
actually
on
think this is
b2,
a good
b3.
move. I actually think this is a very good move. Uh, Completely paralyzing the knight on a6 and saying that I just want to play it slowly. Bishop f5 and just rook h e1 runs into rook c8 check now. So I guess a move like king d2 maybe. Also, let's not forget bishop e2 track like king d2, bishop e4, bishop e2 almost traps the knight on a6.
Yeah,
Although he might
that's
have
what
got
like
knight
b
c5.
yeah, but that's what I wanted to say. Like b4 is a very clever move. Restrict the knight.
But what do we do now?
I still like your rook e1 move, man.
Yeah,
Rook e1, rook c8, and rook g2 you want, yeah?
actually, yeah.
Okay, maybe
That
king d2. Maybe start with king d2 prophylaxis,
just
yeah, to stop first
I like this a
knight
lot.
takes.
He takes
I like
whatever Nihal
king
does.
d2 more.
King d2, rook
I,
c2, king d1. Is that what he
no,
said?
no,
King b2,
I
king
like
d2.
king d2 more earlier instead of rook d5.
Yeah,
Because if rook c8, then I go rook c1. Otherwise, okay, play slowly.
king d2.
What is the rush?
Yeah, I mean he might be not wanting to care about any tricks. Just
Yeah, okay.
whatever.
Let's
Just
let's just
take.
focus on the game. Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
focus on the game. Rook d5, rook.
king d2. Idea is rook c1
Mhm.
and rook d6. I mean Nihal Sarin is a pawn up with bishop pair advantage with a bad knight on a6. This looks extremely promising.
You forgot one thing, Harshit.
Yes,
1.5 minutes up on the clock,
1.5 minutes. That is true. Which is going to play a big role actually. You're
which is
right.
massive. Which is massive, but considering the position, I don't think it should play a big role.
And he has a minute on the clock. What is happening? What is happening?
He's
He
under a
looks
minute
extremely
now.
tense. He looks extremely tensed. He knows it. He knows that he's under big trouble. And Nihal also knows that he's completely better. This is beautifully exciting.
Do you think it is GG?
I want to say that. I want to say that, but let's just wait for the final moments. This looks very much GG, but still. Wait, I have rookie one. I have rookie one.
What?
I have rookie one here. I don't know if I need it.
You're fast too. You know what I would do here? Practically, I would just play Rook D8.
Yeah. I wanted to. Yeah, yeah. This is
Practically, I'd just play Rook D8, not care about things. And
yeah.
slowly, I know I would for sure I would win. Rook D8 take on F2. I'll put Rook C1, slowly get in.
He played it.
E6
He
knight.
played it, guys. And now rook d8 check.
Now Rook it's C1. Oh, there's some knights.
Oh my
For
God!
some reason,
You thought knight c5 is made, and I thought
yeah.
yeah. But
I've been blundering like this in this tournament, Like I was playing the Blitz. I blundered some mates like this, like very similar. I got made it today when my king was on B3.
Wow. But
So it
wait,
has
is
like
this
some
like
bad memories.
d8 g4, or actually no, because I still need to maybe be a little precise. So how do I do this? Just bishop b7 is a
Dude,
move.
practically
It's just anything
any
wins actually. To be honest, now. Yeah,
just,
let's
just to just to just to amuse you, I have another move. I had Bishop G4 there. Just to amuse
Oh
you, just
wow. Yeah. Rook e5, beautiful. And now I this he just loses a piece actually. Doesn't need to. I would just take on f5, take on f7.
Yeah, I think Nihal
Guys,
is very
Nihal Sarin seems to have bagged another victory here almost in the final moments. I think Sevian will just resign here. Rook f7, 3 pawns down. He gives the check, but pretty much irrelevant. King c2, king a4, any move. Pretty much irrelevant, but I guess Nihal just wants to make sure that no tricks are possible.
Yeah. I mean, this is amazing. Yeah, like
That is, yep. Rook c,
and uh,
king b3. Nihal Sarin has won, guys. What a game! What a game! Bring it on! This is beautiful. Wow!
let's
Wow!
go,
Let's go, boy!
our boy, our boy.
What a boy!
Arshit, now he's our boy. Yeah, for sure.
He has been our boy from the beginning, and we see Nihal on the screen here. No
Look
expressions.
at him. Look at him.
That guy is a
It's
genius,
like
right?
no F's given. Yeah.
Yeah. But he knows, the job is not yet done. Sevian is a very strong
Yeah.
player. 3 more rounds to go, and he needs 1 point.
No, 2 more games to go. He needs 1 point from that. Yeah.
To need 2 games to go. Oh, that's the 6th game. You're right.
Yeah.
2 more games.
But also like it will be big thing from Sam's side, like if from Sam's perspective, how he can come back because Nihal was always coming back in this match.
Yeah.
So it would be
Guys,
very
Nihal
important to
OP in
see.
the chat. Nihal OP.
It would be very nice to see. I mean,
Yeah.
not nice, but it would be very interesting to see. Like not nice for us, but in general, it would be very interesting because Sam is also very young, upcoming, talented,
Yeah.
and he has a big future ahead. So it would be very interesting to see or nice to see that how he comes back, how he takes up this challenge.
Yeah.
And Nihal is by no mean like in at least in this format.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying anything bad about his classical chess. He's also very
Yeah.
strong. He has won gold medal in Olympiad
Yeah.
in his individual board. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see how he
And
comes
also,
back.
the other results, just to quickly go over, I think Wesley So has clinched the match. Rajabov has won his game, making the score 2.5, 3.5 in favor of Anish Giri. And the Polish player Jan Krzysztof Duda has won his game the second time in a row. And
Yeah.
the score is now 2-4. And we see the only American in the semi-final. So Wesley waiting for someone from Nakamura Duda to join him. and Sarin or Sevian will play the winner of Giri versus Rajabov. I already wanted to say that Sarin will play the winner of Giri versus Rajabov, but okay, it still has work to do, and it's still a match, guys. It's still a match. Um, uh, we will be waiting for that
Yeah, I mean,
game. Yeah.
we were absolutely 100% sure yesterday at the end and today in the beginning that Hikaru would be the first person to
Hmm.
qualify,
Hmm.
and he still did not, which
Yeah.
is again a big surprise.
Yeah.
I think now he'll just be very pragmatic. He'll put his foot on the gas. He'll be just like, okay, what has happened.
Yeah.
Just force a draw. Just get out,
Hmm.
and yeah, and just be with it. So has done wonderfully well in this match. Never in trouble. He had more winning positions, which he didn't actually win, but still one and a half, a commanding performance,
Yeah.
and kudos to him for reaching the semi-final. And again, Timur has done, which I did not imagine. I
Yeah.
mean, he gave my words, back to what I said earlier. Like unbelievable result and everything to play for. And Nihal, what can I say? I think I would rather you explain this victory of
Yeah.
him.
Guys, uh, Nihal Sarin played had played the Scotch game in the fifth round here, and uh, he managed to completely outplay Sevian in this endgame that had happened. Um, we saw Rajabov making some sort of a comeback. But guys, let's just let's just take a moment to appreciate how Nihal has actually managed to come down from a game deficit from yesterday to being 1 point up in just a matter of two games, winning with black and the white pieces. And here we can see how he has climbed his way all the way to the quarterfinals, and his insightful fun fact is that in 78 rated rapid games, he has never played into a Berlin draw. The Berlin draw with Queen E4, Queen D4 that has been mentioned here. So he's always playing to play a long game. He always wants to fight, and here we see his picture. Um, and what a game, guys! What a game! 3.5, 2.5. He just needs 1 point. He just needs 1 point. What are your predictions? Will he finish the game in the seventh round itself? And what do you think Sam will play? Will he actually go for E4 first move, or will he go for D4? Very, very big decision for Sam to make in the seventh round, whether he should go for one E4 or one D4. Maybe I can quickly take a look at how uh, Temur Rajabov won his game against Anish Giri. We saw the position here. Black goes E5. E5. Very peculiar decision here by Anish. C5. Knight takes F7. Guys, what is happening? Rook F7. Bishop takes B8. Bishop G4. Bishop F4. BD1. Rook D1. And I think the emerging position is good for white because of his bishop pair advantage. Takes Rook D7. E5 here, stopping the knight from coming to F6 and potentially threatening something like G4, knight F4, bishop F4, rook F4, rook takes E7, and knight D5 check. Rook A7, G5, knight D5, and white is just completely winning here. And Rajabov went on to win this game. And also, this endgame that I and Abhijit were discussing about how is extremely difficult for black to play. White eventually managed to make some progress in this game with g4, f e4, and it's just that White always has this small pressure. Is of course up a pawn as well, and his central pawns eventually manage to pose enough problems for Black to succumb under the pressure. So just quickly going through how it went to the final f5 e6, and once he gets this passed pawn, I think it's already practically very dangerous to defend. And the king went to e8. Amazing technique here shown by Jan Christoph. Rook d8, rook d4, king d7, king d6, and rook g4 followed by rook g8 is winning the game. So Nakamura resigned, and Jan Christoph Duda, after being down 4-0 yesterday, still has some chances here. Playing with the black pieces needs to win on demand to have any chance of surviving. In the meanwhile, So Wesley and Dmitry Andrekin made a draw, a complicated game. And guys, guess what it started with? One b4 and then one g4 and then g4. Crazy opening. It soon led to some complications where Wesley was doing well, but he just needed a draw. And here, white black just had too much going in his way to be worse, even if he's a rook down, and it was a perpetual draw. And Wesley So qualifies to the semifinals after this draw. Um, Waiting for someone to win between Hikaru and Jan Christoph Duda. Guys, let's just keep this final position on the board because I'm just so happy to see Nihal winning in such a cruising fashion. Um, Maybe we can take a look at some pictures here. Um, Here we see Nihal from Belgrade, and we have pictures taken by Eric Rosen and Maria Emelianova. Here we see our boy Nihal, and here is Sam Sevian, his opponent, another very talented junior from United States and playing from Toronto. Here we again see Nihal with his headphones on, most likely listening to some music. Hopefully not the one Srinath was talking about yesterday. But look at his eyes. Seems extremely focused here. Here we see Temur Rajabov. Beautiful pictures actually, guys, taken by the Eric Rosen and Maria Emelianova. And Nihal playing from his chair, which he probably requested on demand. And there was our pick. Oh, look at this picture. Look at Andrekin and how surprised he is. I think that was when he missed the mate in two with queen. When So Wesley missed the mate in two with queen a7 and rook d8. That was when Andrekin made this expression that I just dashed a bullet. I just dashed a bullet. Unfortunately for him, though, So Wesley still managed to bag the victory home. I think a few more minutes and we will again have a uh, we will again have the match between Hikaru starting just moments from now. Do we see Hikaru on screen here? Yep, we see Hikaru. We also see Anish Giri in the background, guys. Anish Giri just losing his game, so is wanting to definitely strike back. He just needs one more point. just like just like Nihal Sarin, and look at how the tension is growing between the two players. Even if you cannot see it, and they are very calm, they have tremendous pressure and thoughts in their mind right now. What opening will my opponent play? What opening should I play? How should the time management be? A lot of things, a lot of things through their mind right now. Hikaru is still very calm, knows that he just needs one more draw, and is hoping that his previous two losses won't affect him. Anish Giri, in the meanwhile, looking at Hikaru Nakamura and Hikaru Nakamura looking back at him. Uh, there's always, jitters before the game. Anish waiting for his opponent to come, making sure that he's comfortable psychologically before a very important match, game number 7. Three matches remaining. Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Khrushchev Duda, where the score is 4-2 in the favor of the American. Anish Giri versus Timur Rajabov, where Anish is leading 3.5, 2.5. And we have kickoff, guys. We have kickoff, and it's Sicilian Alpin defense, an opening which I like to play a lot when I was young. So I think this just he just wants to play something very simple. I'm curious how Jan Khrushchev will play here because he knows he has to play for a win. So I'm expecting something like D6, G6, or something offbeat. Something offbeat. You already see him. He goes for knight f6 actually. So e5, knight d5, d4. I expect cd4, bishop c4, e6 is what I'm expecting from Jan Khrushchev Duda. He takes cd, bishop c4. I think e6 will be the move played. There's also a line which goes de5, knight b4, trying to play an endgame with the black pieces. But here white has an extremely strong move in the terms of castle. And queen d1, rook d1, you think that you're losing a rook, but after knight a3, white has extremely good a very good attack coming. This was all not played though. Knight b6, bishop b5 has been played by Hikaru Nakamura, but now it's very hard for black to do something because d5, knight e5, bishop d7 is already pretty well known, which leads to a drawish position. So I'm thinking if Jan Khrushchev will go something like a6 or g6, just trying to muddy the waters.
I think we are still in the opening territory right now,
Mm-hmm.
and both of them should be knowing what is going on here.
Yeah,
Uh, like you were pointing out, DE5 still a move here.
yeah. He goes for
Probably one
e6.
of the main moves. What I
Yeah.
remember from my old like memory, or yeah, but I think D5, Queen D1 is also one of the moves. Queen D1, King D1, D5, and Bishop D7 or something like this,
Mm-hmm.
where black is completely okay, but
Yeah.
still you have to be a little bit careful. But
I
yeah,
think that was the one with bishop b3, d5,
Bishop
e6.
B3, maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe
We
yeah.
have e6 played because he knows that he has to not play something which is already well known and try to play something fresh.
Yeah,
This of course in turn gives white a small advantage because black is maybe not trying to play the best move but trying to play a complicated game. I was thinking to just take on d6.
one thing I like about Duda in this today at least, like barring his bomb cloud game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so today, at least he's trying to put some sort of practical problems for Hikaru because
Yeah,
D5 in general, this kind of structure, if you cannot mate black, this
it's
E5 pawn can be a little bit vulnerable in the
yeah.
long term, like in all sort of end games. So yeah, so this I really like, and it's not taking like huge risk like by playing e3, f3, king e2, king f2
Yeah.
like yesterday. So yeah, I like this approach. And had he done this earlier, probably he wouldn't be sitting at this score. This is what I feel in general.
And Abhijit, if you think about it, if somehow Jan Krzysztof Duda manages to win this game, he's only a one game away from making a comeback. What I thought was almost impossible now seems to at least seem uh, slightly possible.
No, no, it is very much possible. Because when there is already only one game margin, anything is possible.
Yeah.
Like when you have to win one game on demand, especially with white pieces, it is definitely far more possible than winning four games on demand.
I mean, first of all, if he manages to win this game, then I think Hikaru will just be completely psychologically tilted, if I may say so, because he thought that he's just cruising, and all of a sudden now he has to actually fight for it.
Yeah, but I mean, like how much we know Hikaru, like he thrives on such kind of situations. Like all these top players, they enjoy such kind of pressure, like the must win, the must draw, or like the one game scenario. They all thrive on these kind of situations. So I think first of all, yes, you're absolutely right. He should not lose this game and go into that sort of situation where it's a must draw, like it's a one game scenario, when anything can happen. But if somebody can do it, I think even after that, it's I think going to be Hikaru.
Yeah.
So Jan's stuff is deep into the thoughts. So what do you think? Like you're pointing out h6 here.
I thought that already Black has gotten a kind of a comfortable position here from the opening perspective, considering that he wanted to look for a game, and he has gotten it actually.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. It's not that easy to understand what is happening here. Like first of all, there are no forcing lines. Like especially with white pieces, you want to get such some sort of scenario where it is quite forcing, and here it is not at all forcing at all. And if you can see here, h6 is a possibility, but okay, h6, if you just come back, maybe black can simply play short castle, knight e7, knight d5, try to uh, put this d5 square in control so that white can never really push d5. And if white can never really push d5, the d4 pawn is always very weak. So it's going to be very interesting. And also, if you can see, like Duda is taking his time, which I feel it's quite natural because this is make or break situation for him right now. And I mean, whatever he's achieved today, like winning two games on a trot on demand, it's never easy, and especially a player against Hikaru, which is uh, like totally commendable. Like it does not happen every day, and I don't think it's going to happen again for a long time. So again, kudos to Jan Sistov for what he has done. And the only problem in that scenario is like the job is only half done. He's only won two games. He still has to win another two games, which is the most difficult part. He's gone for h6, bishop e3, f5, which is little bit too dicey, or let's say too risky. I would say. Uh, but again, f5 is a very concrete move. There are two sort of options. One is to play f4 directly, just to drive this bishop back even further, or to play g5 and just to go berserk. Like play knight b4,
F5.
knight d5, and just g5 and just go all in.
Wow. He played F5.
Also, f5 is another option. Where d yeah, d5 had to be played. Like good or bad, right now Hikaru needs to clarify situation,
Yeah.
and he can end up being slightly worse. But then again, at least he's clarified that he's slightly worse, and then he can try and manage how to hold that kind of position. And
Is it knight
that's
d4
what
or what do you mean?
this is what I like about Hikaru so much. Even though he understands it's a crunch game, it's a game where everything at stake. Oh my god, long castle. Wow.
We are in for a fight here.
Wow.
We are in for a fight. Queen d5 cannot be taken off knight before rook c1 played. And Abhijit, already black is better here. f4, maybe.
F4, there is also some D4 in there, some knight D4, bishop H2 kind of tricks. Uh, yeah, I mean, this is not the position which you want to play when you want to make a draw as white. For sure.
And if he wins this, you can see Hikaru a little concerned there.
If he wins this and if he wins the next game, I don't care what happens in the remaining of the match. I just want to see Hikaru's recap of
g5.
this today's match.
I don't know if this is good or bad, but he is really going for it.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do here?
Bishop a4. Now knight d4 is coming, but maybe it's enough for Hikaru to uh, just exchange a few pieces if he gets this knight d4.
Yeah, knight D4 is a very crucial point. That's why I wanted to give up this D4 pawn.
Yeah,
So that you still have this D open line and get some activity. But after bishop a4, I mean, this position I don't know because they have already played g5. They're very loose. There are
yeah,
very
it's
loose
still
points
very
in black
loose
position
for
already.
black. Yeah.
So yeah, actually bishop a4 is a nice
And
move.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to go to this game because it is Sam Sevian versus Nihal Sarin. Nihal again repeating this h6 line which we saw yesterday,
Yeah.
and a huge game here for Sam Sevian. He goes for b3, and I think Nihal will be kind of happy to see this, but of course it's just a move. And b3 b6, we kind of transpose into some sort of a Nimzo based setup.
Yeah, something like Queen's Indian where white
Yeah.
has played e3 setup and black has gone for fianchetto of his c8 bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Something like bishop b7, c5 or dc4, bc4, c5.
Yeah.
But again,
Yeah.
it's a fight, and I don't know. This fight favors whom, to be honest.
Mhm.
Fight favors Nihal or fight favors Sam.
At least it's nothing clear. I think Nihal has played these kind of positions many times online, so I think he would be generally pretty happy to play some very solid slow positions, where he doesn't have to really worry about calculating anything concrete.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's quite typical of Slav kind of position where white goes for e3 Meran and then you got this bishop d3, b3, bishop b2, but the only difference is that black hasn't played c6.
Yeah, which is good for him,
So,
right?
yeah, yeah, for sure. Because you can get this what you're pointing out, the c5s in one go. Like normally
Yeah.
the pawn is on c6, and now on pawn on c7, you can just go c7, c5 in one move.
And he's playing fast again. This is really good strategy chosen by Nihal and whoever his helping team is, that put him under pressure on the clock, and make him uh, struggle on every aspect of the game.
Do you think he was listening to me yesterday when I was talking about this time management?
I mean, I would be
you
very
you
happy
you
if
you you said it, yeah, our boy. Yeah, so I'm like maybe.
he listened. No, this is amazing. He's playing very fast. Rook c2. Wow.
Yeah, it's
Never.
quite typical. You want to play cd ed queen e2, put the other rook to c1, or maybe cd ed knight e2 knight c3 queen a1 and then knight e5, so that uh, the e5 knight is eventually you want to prolong the knight on e5 or e4 with either color.
And look at this. Rook played instantly. I don't care what you want. I'm going to do what I want. Queen
Yeah.
e7, which is Queen e7 rook d8, I guess, and then hinting towards c5, or maybe sometimes dc e5 is also an idea, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is quite typical. This is, I used to play this when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Go for this. How it used to come this in this against Queen's Indian, play knight f3 e3,
Mm-hmm.
and then like play knight f3 e3, bishop d3, and then whenever black takes d5, just take on cd ed, and then play bishop b2, knight e2, knight c3, and
Yeah,
eventually get
some counterplay
uh,
with the queen to rook c1. Yeah, he took,
yeah.
he took,
Yeah, I
and
think the similar thing, knight e2, knight g3 will put queen a1, go knight e5. And
yeah,
sometimes you just don't even want to sacrifice this pawn on d4 because, like yesterday we were talking about, like
yeah,
knight g3, you
exactly.
would have to play g6 eventually to cover up this f5 square.
Yeah, and then yeah, we saw this idea motive exactly in last game, as you had pointed out. He goes for knight e2 here. I'm expecting something like something along the lines of queen e7 or g6. I guess queen e7 makes sense.
Yeah, queen e7, again knight g3, I suppose.
Yeah, and g6.
Also, queen e7, queen, yeah, now maybe queen a1 or queen c1 or queen e2. This is very similar.
Yeah,
This is
very
very
similar.
similar
Yeah.
to,
Maybe I
yeah.
can actually even play something like this.
And, you know, Harshit, the same thing. Yeah? Bishop e4, d4, knight e5 is,
Yeah, but this time I have to like I'm not giving up my bishop. Like yes,
yeah,
unlike yesterday where it's still very dangerous
yeah,
because I mean this I think I can just cannot do this because this looks very dangerous. I mean it's possible but very dangerous nonetheless.
yeah.
Hey, we have some move? Nihal is having his thought here because he remembers of himself, of course, what had happened yesterday with Queen A1, and he was the one yesterday who sacrificed a pawn with this knight E5. And Sevian is trying to improvise on that maybe because it did not go well for the white side on in that game.
Yeah, I mean, but the one of the big difference is now Nihal has a little bit more time than what he had yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So, so that is obviously it has its own advantages, and I feel this is. But again, such kind of position, I always feel like it is so much easier for white to play than for black because the plans are so straightforward. Yeah,
Yeah, I
as
think
white.
he can even maybe play rook c8 to just overprotect this pawn. So that ideas like knight e5 are going to be very hard to achieve. So
Yeah,
if I
yeah, for sure,
play
for
rook
sure.
c8, knight g3, I go g6, and now queen a1, queen e7, and the idea that we had um of knight e5 is a little more difficult because the pawn on c7 is going to be hanging.
But
Uh,
probably just rook c1 now, yeah, and
you still
rook
want to,
fc1.
yeah?
Insist on it, yeah.
Can I? Mhm. In general, do I ever consider this
Mm.
take?
Mm-hmm.
Take. And sometimes, there was this game, Esipenko Carlsen, where Carlsen had this idea of going d4, but he never did. But this d4 idea is actually very dangerous because it opens up the bishop and blocks this bishop as well. Knight f8 was instead chosen by Nihal, but doesn't that just allow knight e5? What?
Yeah, this is a little bit strange actually. Normally, you should not really allow knight e5 because this is the whole concept, yeah, for white in this such kind of position.
No, that's very surprising. Because now even queen, something like queen a1 makes sense, because dc5, rook d1, this diagonal. So knight e2, knight f8, and Sam is thinking here. Maybe he will go for knight e5. Um, Maybe he won't. But I'm just surprised that knight e5 was allowed without a fight, because usually this is the square which uh, black wants to avoid white's knight to land on, and white is in turn fighting for that square. Knight f8, knight g3 was played. Um,
Yeah,
Knight e6.
yeah, quite
Very
a strange,
surprising,
yeah, play
allowing
from
knight
both the
f5
sides.
and knight e5.
Yeah, I don't think Nihal uh, has done complete justice to his position, with allowing both knight f5 and knight e5 right now.
No, I really don't like how he has strategically allowed these squares for the black pieces, because in the line which we were kind of trying to mention, our whole idea was to stop everything like
Yeah,
this,
yeah, yeah.
and then you try for c5. Whereas here, both knight e5 and knight f5 have been given access to for the white's knights. Um, I'm curious. He's still up on clock, which is a good thing, which kind of somehow confuses your opponent. Your opponent might think that you're still in some sort of preparation, or that you knew this idea.
Yeah, but if you look at Nihal's screen, like if you see him, like
Yeah,
he's so focused
he's ultra
and
focused.
ultra focused,
95.
and you can't really uh, think that it's his preparation, because if you see the position after knight f5 and knight e5, it just looks.
You
I
have to
mean,
go
for a
c5, I
lack
guess.
for a lack of a better word, it just feels like disgusting for black. No.
Yeah, it feels very bad, because uh, I don't think you ever want to allow the knight on c6, so you have to actually go c5. Um, well, White still has. I completely understand that White is better, but he still has to, like make use of, like, prove it in some way. I would say. I don't know. I do totally agree in the evaluation that White is, because I just want to play Knight f5 now. And if you go Bishop f8, I very much also want to consider Queen f3, although that might allow Knight g5. Although even that, something like this seems very much plausible, because Knight e4 always allows something like Knight h6. Um,
No, no, I see what Nihal is doing. Nihal is playing very fast and not very
yeah,
accurately, uh, just for the fact that he just wants to get some sort of any position, but as long as he can
his
put
opponent.
pressure on the clock, uh, I think that's going to tell later in the game. And which is, I feel like once you land up in a slightly worse position after the opening, it makes a lot of sense. Just play normal moves and not to, I mean, not get completely lost position, but just a normal position where you can still fight, but have a lot of time on the clock.
And I actually think that the rook on c2 kind of, which seemed very weird, makes some sense, because he can always jump to this file to knight f5 played, and Nihal has to make big choices. Bishop f8 quickly played, I guess. He just does not care at all about anything this game.
Yeah, bishop f8. But now, like your move, yeah, queen f3 or queen e1, queen g3 looks
Yeah.
quite scary. Yeah,
Queen f, he's just playing so fast. So he has to be careful, because there can be a very thin line between playing very fast and getting yourself in trouble. So I'm curious what Sevian will decide to do here. Queen f3 seems logical to me. Um, on the other hand, I'm not sure how I would reply against knight to e4. Also, let's not forget that ideas like knight at 6, f5, and dc5 will always be in the air. Once this bishop opens up, this bishop opens up, there's going to be a lot of attack coming on the king side for black. Um, but Sevian is down to less than 7 minutes now. Queen e1 played. Um, Something like queen g3 looks scary now. So, and now if you can see, these knights on e5 and f5 completely dominate the center. White's queen coming into g3 is going to be very scary for black's king, because it's directly going to look at the king here. He takes cd4. Is this a big blunder? What is happening? Guys, what is happening? Can I just take on c8 and go queen g3? Oh my god, what is happening here, guys? It seems that Sevian is completely winning here, because he can just go rook c8 and queen g3. Huge, huge moment here for Sevian, and will he find it? A huge moment in Nihal Sarin versus Sevian's game, because Nihal has made a huge mistake allowing queen to g3. Sevian is still thinking Nihal is up on the clock, but if his opponent manages to find queen to g3, he has found it. This is going to be extremely hard to come back from. I don't know what to say here. Knight to h6 is threatened. You cannot take on c2 because knight h6, king h8. Guys, he's threatening a checkmate. Oh my god. This was a huge miss by Nihal. Oh, he feels it. He realizes what has happened. Can he go g6? Try for some tricks? Not really, because it's most likely be going to run into rook c8, bishop c8, knight h6 here, bishop h6, queen h6, king g8, rook coming into the play, and this is all she wrote. This is all she wrote. White is completely winning. What a tough game for Nihal, this one, guys. What and his strategy of playing very fast did not really work out in this game, as he just has no way to defend the pawn on h6, and white is completely winning, guys. White is completely winning. ये क्या हो गया? नाइट h6 कैसे बचा है? नहीं बचा सकते. Very difficult for Nihal. I think he realizes what has happened, and he has to calm himself down, because there is one more game to go. This seems almost like game over, to be honest, guys. It's just impossible to stop your the attack on the king. Knight h6, knight f7. This bishop might potentially look into come into the picture. This bishop is of course looking at the diagonal. Yeah, this is very very tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is. It looks. I'm not even sure. Like, how can he even survive this? Like,
There
without
is no way to
losing.
defend. Rook c2. Actually, I showed this variation. Abhijit is a checkmate. That's how strong this attack is. And I also showed that g6 won't work because you can just knight g6, fg6, queen g6, take on h6, and bring the other rook into the game, and that's also gone. So I don't know. I don't know if Nihal can survive this. Very very difficult. Very very difficult position for Nihal. Is thinking for more than 2 minutes here, but I don't think thinking can actually solve this problem.
I mean, you can just solve this like. Yeah, I don't know how how to do that though. But just have a feeling like somehow you can survive this. Then
If he survives this, then he can survive anything.
he can survive an earthquake. Yeah,
I
he can
was going to
survive
say
this.
that actually.
G5.
Oh
Was
my
G5
god.
played?
I'm not lying. I would never consider this. But I guess
Yeah, I mean,
necessity I mean, he's just trying to, hold his forte somehow. But yeah, at G5, even this rook.
yeah, it is. Unfortunately, my prediction is not going to come true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, not at all. Because actually, this might mean that Nihal will play again from the white pieces, and that game will be a decider. It will be for all the money.
Yeah, yeah. Also now, like I don't know, how do you play like knight g5? I see you can still play, at least play bishop d4. You have all
Correct.
the
Correct.
trumps in your position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying like from a very primitive way that knight
Mhm.
g5,
Yeah.
bishop d4,
Yeah, that's
everything is
fine.
equal,
Just
but
go
your
on.
king is super super weak.
Yeah. Like it's crazy. Material equal,
Yeah,
but there is not even a question of whether or not black can defend this. It's hopeless.
yeah, it's incredible. It's just
And
simply
if at
incredible.
g5, what is my idea? Just bishop d4 again.
I mean, there are many ways you
Let's
can play
take
this
on c8.
position. To
Yeah,
be
first
honest,
take on c8. I mean, it's just so hard. Bishop c8. I think I can just take this, to be honest.
you don't even have to take rook c8. Just play rook f2, rook cf2.
Yeah,
It feels like just there are far too many pieces, in front of
too
black's
many.
king.
One, two,
And
three,
all the to be
four.
honest, all the pieces, yeah, all the
All the pieces.
pieces.
All the pieces are looking at the king. Yeah. Nihal, I wouldn't be surprised if Nihal just manages to throw in the towel here. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
really see how he can defend this. Tough, tough, tough.
he's taken knight g5. Let's see what Sam does.
I think the move you mentioned, Bishop d4, is extremely powerful. If you don't want to calculate anything like that.
Oh, by the way, we have a news in the other game. Hikaru's won his game, so we know for a
Wow.
fact now it's going to be all US semi-final between Hikaru Nakamura and So Wesley. Hikaru had to grind it out today, by the way, and it
He
was
had
not very
that.
easy.
Yeah.
And just to point it out, like had Duda not played this Concloud in the last game, it would still be a very very close match.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, we all know the talent of Duda, what he can
Yeah.
do. It's just that sometimes when you're tilted, like when you're not in your senses in that sort of
Yeah.
scenario, strange things happens. Yeah. So just from the next time, I would hope that I mean, even though if Duda is losing, he's not so tilted that he just goes like and plays something completely irrational, which is,
Yeah.
I mean, you say irrational because you cannot rationalize it. So,
Yeah.
and neither can us, yeah, like this strange choice. But
Also,
again,
even
kudos
this
to him.
game, I would
He
say
could,
actually was very surprising from Nihal. from knight f8, knight g6, it began. This whole maneuver just felt extremely strange.
Yeah.
Um, and Sam taking advantage of it, of also cd4 allowing this queen g3, I guess, was missed, and g5, and it's already too late for him to defend this, which means that we have
Yeah.
only two matches remaining now. Anish
Yes.
and Temur Rajabov has won with the black pieces. Abhijit tying the score. Three and a half, three and a half.
Wow. Wow.
So are we going to see two games with three and a half, three and a half? That would be incredible. And both the players, one is playing from Toronto, one is playing from Belgrade. It's going to be tremendous. It's a huge comeback from Rajabov being down three and a half, one and a half in the match. Knight
I mean,
h5 played.
this is simply incredible. Knight h5, queen g4 probably is ideal to go back again. Knight f6.
Then
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what is his idea
it's
to be very
happening.
honest.
I have don't know how to
Yeah,
calculate.
yeah.
I guess
Sorry.
I guess
Yeah,
this could be one way to just cleanly.
maybe queen g4, queen c7. I don't know. It's just I'm trying to
Yeah,
make moves, yeah, and
I
not lose
mean,
instantly with black pieces.
I also think the same, that Nihal is just trying to make moves here. He's just a little hesitant to resign the game, but he himself realizes obviously that this game has
Just gone queen h4. Uh, queen h4, queen c7. Yes, queen c7, and now how do you finish off black here?
I don't think I need to, but
Yeah, yeah,
um,
yeah. I mean, you can simply take on h5, play h4,
yeah,
play. You can play slowly also.
yeah, this is
Uh,
just.
but
I don't think you could
is
take.
there a? It just feels like there should be a concrete way to
I mean,
win
what you
with.
said is works, right? Queen h5, queen c5, just h4.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But I just feel probably Sam is still calculating how to win by force here because the position is so overwhelming. You
Yeah,
just feel like you want to finish off your opponent here.
maybe knight h6, bishop h6, queen h5, queen c6, rook f6. But I don't know if I need to do. I mean, I don't really want to calculate. I don't think he should bother. Queen h5 is simple. Yeah,
Queen
queen
h5,
c6.
queen c6 was played,
Yeah.
and now let's see what Sam does here.
He
I
has
mean,
two
even I
minutes. He has two
even
minutes of.
bishop. I just feel like even bishop b1 kind of a move. It's very hard for black to make a move after that.
I mean, queen c6 actually has no threat because queen c2
Yeah.
runs into knight h6.
No, I'm just saying like just to point it out. Like even if I play bishop b1, I don't see how black can come out
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. No, it's a lost position for the black side. But he has 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, guys. So still, like, maybe a very very small hope that Sevian tries to finish it off directly and stumbles into some tactic. Very much possible because he's still not made a move.
But now that you say that I cannot really take queen c2 because of knight h6 trick, can I play just h4 and do the same thing like h4 attacking the knight? And if you cannot take on c2, I can of course always play knight h6 like you pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
So it's not at all easy, yeah. To I mean, he has played h4, yeah. I think it's GG's,
Yeah.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
queen c2.
Oh! Woo!
What is going on? I don't understand.
Missed it.
He went
Abhijit
bishop e6.
Bhai, what a comeback. What?
H5. He didn't take. He didn't take.
He didn't take knight h6.
Oh, he missed bishop e6 probably. Yeah. Otherwise, queen g5, h7, some sort of
He
mate
didn't
was
play
there.
knight h6, the line which we saw. Oh my god, what a comeback. But I said that he's going to stumble, in some tactic, and he does. He's completely tilted.
Wow.
He's completely
Wow.
tilted, and
And
he
you know the
does
beauty of it. Normally, queen e5 should win in this kind of position, but after queen h7, I don't see a
nothing.
direct mate.
He's
I
up.
don't see a
He's up
mate.
and 14 seconds. And if he wins this, it's game over. It's game over. So he has Queen H7 only move.
Yeah, Queen H7 has to be played. Yeah, I don't see any other move.
Yeah. No, I
Okay,
mean if
come
he wins
on.
this, it's game over.
Nihal, just play Queen H7 and let him think.
Yeah, he
There
has
is
to.
no other move, man.
Yeah,
Just
there's no other.
there is.
Queen H7. Rook F3.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Rook
god,
F3,
what
and
a,
now how do you
he
defend?
still has some chances. Okay, you just take on H6, I guess. Or no.
Can I play Rook F3, Bishop G4 just to?
Wow.
I mean, just to neutralize. Like I don't want to win. Just make
That
a
is
draw somehow.
amazing idea. That's an amazing idea. But Queen G5, Queen G6, H7. I don't know
Okay.
what's happening at
King.
all. What is happening? What is
I don't know.
happening? Hopefully
King
Nihal finds it.
H7. King H7. I don't see a mate. I don't see a check. Queen H4, Bishop H6. Still, I'm compact. You know, like everything is
You're
protected
right.
with each other.
There's nothing here. It's just one check. It's just one check.
Wow.
It's just one check. Bishop G4. I think Rook G3 is the only way to make a draw. Rook E5, Rook G4, Queen G6.
But Nihal is thinking this is probably the right time to take a
Yes,
pause
yes, yes,
for Nihal's
yes,
point of view.
yes. Let's think, man. Let's think.
I
Rook
mean,
F3.
if okay, so Rook F3 is a threat. I mean, Rook G3 is a threat. I can even try to move the bishop, this dark square bishop. So whenever you play Rook G3, I have King F8. Try to tuck away my king to F8,
Did he play?
and I still don't see a threat after that for white. So let's say I play Bishop C5, Bishop B. I mean, some random move, yeah, on this
But it
diagonal with the bishop.
looks a little scary.
Yeah, but the guy with 9 seconds is also
That
very
is true.
scary.
That is
He has
true.
only nine
Abhijit
seconds.
Bhai, he has to. If he wins this game, then it's going to be unbelievably epic. I mean, oh my god, he was completely, utterly lost, and now he has some chances. If he just took on
Yeah.
h6, just to remind everyone, in this position, it's checkmate.
And how do we checkmate Harshit? Bishop H6 and then?
Bishop h6, even just h5 maybe, and Queen f7 coming.
Ah, you
Anyways,
mean
no,
okay.
we have to go to the
Oh,
game.
we have this line. We have this line.
Rook
We have
f3,
this line
bg4,
on the
queen 8,
board.
bf3, gf3,
But
queen
this is
h6.
just perpetual, yeah? Just Queen B1.
Queen b1 you want? Yes. Or you can take, or you just want to go Queen b1. I
I
just
was
want to
just
take
thinking
this pawn,
Queen.
Abhijit Bhai. Not allow this pawn to ever deliver any ideas in the future. Maro or bhago.
Yeah, but you know, Queen H6 ke
Actually, it's a
baad, you have
perpetual.
this Queen D. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a
Yeah, yeah.
perpetual.
Yes.
Like you don't have to do anything here. Yeah, checks and I think GG's, yeah.
क्या ही
Wow.
मजा आ गया.
You know, this is the time where you should try to make draw with white pieces. But
No,
unfortunately, it's not easy to do it.
Wow, what a save! Yes, let's go. Let's go. What a save!
Wow.
Let's look at the reactions. Sevian knows he just completely, I mean, gave away our winning position, and his
You
fifth.
know, another
Yeah,
position, another game wherein Sam had huge advantage, which he did not win.
yeah,
Another game.
yeah. Look at him. He knows it.
Yeah, I mean, this is
But,
just very sad to actually see also, like, you know, such kind of emotions as a
nah,
chess
we're
player.
looking at Nihal. Let's go. No, I mean, I'm just joking. Yeah,
Yeah.
he played extremely well throughout, and he still struggled to convert this. But have to say, like, Nihal, for putting up resilience with moves like G5 and stuff like that, still trying to fight and somehow try to do something, because most of the players might have just resigned.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, but still, you know, the credit has to go to Sam, not to Nihal, I think, in this position.
Yeah, that was, one has to. But they also say sometimes that the most difficult win is to win a winning position. The most difficult part of winning is to win the winning position. And now Nihal just needs a draw with the white pieces to go into the semi-finals. versus the winner of Anish Giri and Rajabov, which is the other match we will be focusing on because Rajabov has won with the black pieces. Maybe we can quickly see how. And
Yeah, yeah.
what is this knight c3 d4 variation? We saw two games in this line and two black wins.
Yeah, because this gives a false idea to white that, okay, white is better. Of course, you can see white is better because they have more space, center pawn on the, like on d4. But black has his own chances. Like once you do long castle, it's never easy, There is always counterplay towards white king.
Yeah. And I think we
And
will see.
in this 15 minutes game, and it's very difficult to reach this black king on c8.
Yeah.
And now, after g5, c5, yeah, black is breaking through. It's like typical Sicilian structure. Yeah, once you open up this b7 bishop, it's always a lot of counterplay for black, I think.
Yeah. And white was playing well, but Temur always had his chances. Oh, and some tactics here. Knight e4, knight b6, trapping the rook because rook c5 runs into bishop e2 or knight a4. One of these moves. Queen f6, check. What is happening? I have no idea. But I think white black is just better. Simply exchange up.
Yeah, exchange up and not really much is happening for
Yeah,
white. White is a little bit active, but again, you see white's king. It's a little bit
yeah.
vulnerable, whereas the black king on a8
I don't
is.
I don't think
Mhm.
these pieces are going to be able to help what is going to happen here. And yeah, he takes the pawns, but I think the king safety is going to eventually decide the game. Oh
I
yeah,
mean, now
yeah,
there are many ways to win this
yeah,
position,
yeah,
but
yeah.
and
It's just
Timur
over.
is.
Exchange up, king weak, and bishop.
Temur also bet another guy like this recent in the Global Chess Championship where
Actually, Avijit, this was the position.
okay, I take my word back.
Wait,
This is
what?
not winning. This is not
What?
winning.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. Anish completely blundered a piece. Oh my goodness. If he just goes king
Can we see
b1,
how much time he had? He had 11 seconds here on the clock.
yeah, I
But
guess
still,
he
yeah,
was
this is.
under tremendous pressure. But king b1, rook
I mean,
d4 is
when once you're like top five in the world, you're not supposed to miss such kind of things, even if you
thing
have
is
like 10 seconds on the clock.
you're not used to first of all playing on the computer. Like
No, no,
such
no, 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 no. I think by now, like everybody is
yeah,
used to it.
yeah.
Like last 2 years, everybody is used to
That's
playing,
true. I think
online.
this is just
So it is not an excuse.
yeah, it's just a blank
And
spot. Big one though, because from a losing position, he managed to survive. And these small moments like this actually completely turn the match because now the score is even and Timur is playing with the white pieces.
yeah, yeah. I mean, everything to play for. To be very
Yeah,
honest with you, like everything to play for, and don't know what's going to happen next.
big pressure. I'm pretty sure that Anish will be feeling. And I don't know. Of course, I've never seen Anish lose like so many games in a row, especially after being up in a match. So I don't know how good he will psychologically handle this loss. But he has to, calm himself down because there's just one more game remaining, and if he's not able to calm himself down, then Temur Rajabi might just win and run away with it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to come back from such game, no? Like, Ashit, I don't know how do you come back from it.
Yeah, he was three
He
and a half,
was
one
he
and a half
was
up.
yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. It was 3.5, 1.5, and I had given no chance, yeah, to Timur at some point. I was like, yeah, okay, Anish is going through, and
Yeah,
then he'll play Nihal. I mean, I was thinking like, okay, it'll be So versus Hikaru in one match. It'll be Nihal versus Anish, most probably in another match. And now you don't know what is happening.
I mean,
This
Nihal.
is the beauty of the format. This is the beauty
Yeah,
of the format. Now you can see we have the standings here. We have the bracket whole. So we, as I said, like Hikaru and So is going to play one semi-final, but the other two quarterfinals are very much in the balance, and anybody, and literally anybody can progress to the semi-finals.
but Sarin looks very much in form to take home the semi-final match, because he saved what I thought was completely lost.
I mean, I would say the same thing for Anisha. The position he lost, he was completely drawn.
Chess can be very surprising sometimes, and I think
Chess can be very cruel. Chess is very cruel sport, because the problem is you cannot really show the emotion. Like, how do you show the emotion? Like, imagine if you're at Anish shoes right now. What do you do? You don't like punch anybody. You cannot really punch. You cannot really shout. What do you do? You have to take it everything in, which is a very difficult thing to do in our sport.
also, I'm curious how the Armageddon format is. We just had it on the screen. I think it's going to be like the player with the player who bids to play with the least amount of time with the black pieces gets to choose black. If I'm not wrong, that is how it's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to be.
And that's how, like, if you remember, like Anand chose 7 to 8 minutes
Yeah.
in this game against Pankratov Pavel.
Hmm.
Uh, and I think he had the whole time like 15 minutes, and eventually, uh, probably Anand lost because he had very little time on his clock at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So it is always difficult to assess what is going on in this kind of situation. That's why that's the beauty of this format. Like, that's why online chess and like what is going on here, it is completely uh, like mind-boggling to me.
And we as commentators and spectators are having so much of an adrenaline rush and pressure and stress. I just cannot imagine what goes through the players playing for such high stakes, which for some people could be life changing.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, it is, especially for the players, like, imagine how like it. I don't know. I don't have really have words for it, because the positions they had and how the feelings, it's going up and down.
Yeah.
Both for Sam, Nihal, Anish, like the positions. Like, Sam was completely winning. Like, completely winning is a different story. He was like, he should have won. Like,
Yeah. He should
full
have
stop.
won.
He
Yeah.
should have won. There is no doubt about it. They should have
Yeah.
won, but he did not.
Yeah.
Imagine what he's going through. And Anish, he should have not. He should not have lost. Period. Should not have lost,
Yeah.
and he has lost. Imagine what they are. Imagine their emotion. Imagine the emotion of them, and on the flip side, imagine the emotions of Taimur and Nihal right now.
Yeah. And if we could please have the prize money once in front of us, if we could have a look at that, the stakes that we are playing for. $200,000 for the champion, $100,000 for the runner-up, and the winner of this match, if Nihal wins, will guarantee himself a minimum of $50,000. And that means that So Wesley and Nakamura have guaranteed themselves $50,000, whereas the ones who got knocked out, Draken and Duda got themselves $25,000. So huge stake, huge pay jump of $25,000 for the winner of this match, and it all depends on one game.
Well, it depended on 8 games, but now it depends on one game. Yeah.
Now it depends on only one game.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, big payday for everybody, and yeah, I mean that's how we're going to popularize chess. Yeah, and I feel like this global chess.com, the global championship, is doing the same thing. You have everybody in this field, like
Yeah,
literally everybody. I don't know who else was missing,
yeah.
but everybody was there, and you have big prize money. You have
I
like
mean, I just
Bit
cannot believe
production.
Nihal is going to be in the semi-finals. He has one more game to go. Oh my God,
Let's
fifty
just hope
thousand
he's going
dollars.
to be the semi-final, and then we'll discuss about it. I just want to jinx it.
If Abhijit, bhai, if he survived that, he could have survived anything in the world.
Yeah, yeah. Tornado, earthquake, whatever. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Yeah, I think the players
But
might have little more, a little longer break this time because it's the final game, and the organizers might have given them a little more time to relax and prepare. So we are just waiting on the last two games to start. We know that the other two matches have already finished.
so just to point out again, in the semi-final, Hikaru and So are playing in one semi-final, and
Yeah,
the other semi-final, in the other quarterfinals, Nihal is leading by a point. So Sam has to win to equalize. Otherwise, Nihal is going to go through to
yeah.
play against either Anish or Taimur Rajabov, who are on equal point. And this match has been going topsy and turvy throughout. No, like Anish
Mhm.
versus Taimur, whereas we associate them to be both of them to be very very solid.
Yeah, and also they are both the fan favorites. Temur Rajabov and Anish Giri, both the public both chanting for both of them. So it's very hard to have a fan favorite between one of them. What about you, Abhijit? Whom are you rooting for in that match?
To be honest, like I would just ask Nihal that
Whom are you rooting for, boy?
yeah, whom do you think that is more beatable for you? I'm rooting for that person.
We know that there is going to be one American in the final. We need one more guy in the final, and that guy needs to be from having an Indian flag.
But that's only one fan. No? There's only
Yeah,
one other.
that's what
Okay,
that's what we.
okay. Little late there. Sorry.
It's not easy. Of course, still long way to go. He still has to first go through this one game, and then if he manages to do well, there's still going to be semifinals. But we are just being optimistic here. The game will be starting anytime now. Um, what opening do you think he will play actually, guys? Maybe even in the chat you can predict because he only needs a draw.
I
And he's
think
playing the white.
Nihal should go for London if given a chance
Mm-hmm.
because it's pretty solid as well, and also because he has vast of experience in that line. So personally, I would think that something along those lines, solid but still some sort of sharpness in the system. And Taimur, I have no clue, like what
Yeah,
what Taimur and Anish. I don't know. I have no clue what's going to happen in their match because whatever I'm predicting, it's going to be totally opposite.
yeah. It's a very topsy turvy game. I'm just I'm just refreshing the game tab to see if they because they might be starting anytime now. But yeah, I also think that London system is going to be a very solid choice for Nihal. And also where I think, in my opinion, he's very comfortable with. He's played a lot of games in that line. Um, so I think London would actually be a good guess. And we also saw
Yeah.
him play in
Also,
London. Yeah,
yeah, he played the London yesterday, right?
he
Like
played
in the
it
match.
yesterday. He also played it with Ding, I think.
Yeah, he played. Oh, he destroyed Ding with that London system.
He
Yeah,
did.
that I remember this game now. Yeah. But
Um,
yeah, I mean, Nihal's been playing this system for a very long time, and no wonders. Like he has a good result because it basically suits his style of play. Like
mhm.
it is solid, but at the same time, it's also venomous in the sense that it gives you this false hope as black pieces that okay, white is being very solid, but at some point you just play knight e5, f4, g, everything comes in, with a flow,
Yeah.
and it's very difficult to stop it. But one thing I would like to add, I don't know how Nihal is when he's up a point, when he has
Mhm.
to close the match. Like I haven't seen him like when how he plays when he has to just close down the match. So
Yeah.
it'll be very interesting for me to see how he does it. Sometimes you just have to not take risk, and you just have to cut down your opponent resources
Yeah.
and just be uh, pragmatic about it. You don't have to care about the love of the sport. Sometimes you have to be very practical about it.
We saw though, however, Nakamura just needed a draw, but it took him 3 games to actually take get that half a point. Um, um, so maybe we can quickly like just get a quick refreshment break, get some water. Maybe you guys can also stay tuned, get refreshed and energized, so that we guys can come back for the final time to root for Nihal in the 8th game. And we're back for the last round. All excited. We already have uh, the game between Temur Rajabov and Anish Giri. See some moves, and I think they played the Ragozin variation here. I think Abhijit, you have played a lot of this with both sides. What do you think about this?
I think it's a very common structure where you try to pressurize this d5 pawn. Once you
Mm-hmm.
take CD, you try to pressurize, and black wants to play with defense with C6. Ideally, black wants to play C5 in general, just try to liquidate even further.
Mm-hmm.
But C6, the basic idea is to drive this bishop away from B4 and get this minority attack with B4, B5, and try to weaken this the chain, B7, C6,
Yep.
D5 chain. And as I was saying even yesterday, like even if black lets white take on C6, the C6 becomes very soft, and if you take on b5, then the both b7 and d5 becomes a big target for white. So this is white concept, whereas black just wants to exchange as many pieces as he can, and sometimes even get the counterplay on the king side. Let's say after a3, bishop d6, maybe sometimes g5, g4, just to get some direct play against white king and basically play against this plan of white. A3, b4, b5.
Yeah.
So this is the basic concept on this position, and I mean, Anish has been playing this forever. Like this Rakosin, Anish has been playing this for a very long time. So I'm pretty sure that he's very well versed in this line. Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, it's still a little bit surprising that Tamer goes for this because it's supposed to be very direct and very. I mean, not very difficult. Let's just put it that this,
Maybe
or
bishop g6,
maybe.
e4,
Mhm.
like something that we saw, like something we saw yesterday. But of course, it should still maybe be very, very equalish, I guess.
Yeah, e4 probably takes queen e7, and yeah, like you pointed out, knight f6.
Wow,
It's
this happened. All of this happened.
what I feel like Timur is just being very pragmatic. Is he feels like okay, I have a better chance maybe in the Armageddon.
Mhm.
Although he has won 2 games in the row, I don't know why he feels like that.
But
So
one important thing I would say is that Temur definitely has some experience in these Armageddon matches because I remember I think it was during the World Cup that he played Jeffrey Jeong and even Ding Liren. I think if I'm not mistaken, it went all the way through the Armageddon or at least definitely into the rapid and blitz portion. So he definitely has some experience in these pressure matches.
for sure, I'll tell you one good example of it. Like both Timur and Krishchuk,
Mhm.
Alexander Krishchuk, they're very well versed at least on over the board playing this blitz matches, Armageddon matches, because both of them back in the days when Canada used to be uh, matches rather than tournament. The Canadian tournament was a match. Timur bet, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kramnik in that match where Timur literally showed no ambition with white pieces. He was
Yep.
just making quick draws with white pieces. Black, he was making long draws because
Yeah.
Kramnik was putting pressure. But still later on, he managed to beat Kramnik and advance to the next stage. And same with Grishtuk as well. He literally managed to win all the games in the tie breaks, not in the normal chess. So this can be a decent strategy. And on Bishop E6, I really like because
Yep. But
Anish trying
take
to clarify the situation. Queen. I mean, first of all, you have to take on B7. Otherwise, you may end up being slightly worse because D4 pawn is slightly weak.
Oh, Rajabov offered a draw. Anish
Oh,
Giri
you can
declined
do
the
that.
draw. Anish
Oh,
Giri
you can.
declined the draw.
Oh, you can do that. You
Wow.
can. Okay.
Anish declined the draw. And
Oh, okay.
I think he declined it before making a move. He's like, no draw.
Yeah, but of course the position is pretty equal.
Yeah.
Like I would just play rook b1 probably here, one of the ideas, or maybe even just bishop c4. Because I really don't like when black puts bishop on d5, hitting my knight on f3, and maybe I want to play knight e5, but again d4 gets very soft in
Mhm.
all those things. So maybe bishop c4, just exchange this bishop, and then I could argue, yeah, my d4 pawn is weak, but so is your c6 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, but
So
refusing a draw with the black pieces, Anish Giri, trying to just play a long game, even though he lost 2 games in a row, wants to play this game out.
Yeah, I also see like Nihal is ready. I think we can have any moment we can have lift
Oh,
off
the
and play
Nihal
endgame.
game has started, and he has played the fork defense.
I mean, you cannot blame him for
We
doing this.
cannot. And if we could please somehow ask our producer to please flip the board, that would be great. Nihal playing with the white pieces here, and he's playing got a. I mean, makes sense for Sevian. Just trying to play a complicated game, get out of this area. But Nihal should be very happy with this, of course.
And I've seen Nihal playing this lot of time, like this line with bishop c4, queen e2.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Maybe on chess.com, but like
He has
because
experience.
whenever I'm kibitzing his games, he's always whenever opponent is playing this, he's playing this line with knight f3, bishop c4, queen e2, and just crushing his opponents.
A6.
A6, I'm not really sure whether this is the most accurate way to play here. But then again, like,
He's
what do
trying
I
to be
know?
very
Huh?
aggressive. I mean, he's just trying to, I guess, get a position first, yeah, and then try to fight in the middle game maybe.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But if it was
A6.
b5, do you ever consider like doing this, or you
Yeah,
think that?
why not? Why no, no, why not? I mean, also I see this pattern in your games, yeah, like in your analysis also. Like in the even in the previous game, you wanted to play first bishop b5 check, and then come to bishop d3. Yeah, here you want to play bishop d5, and then I don't know what I mean. Maybe it is useful, maybe it is not.
Yeah,
It is very settled. Uh, but yeah, in one sense, it is useful because black can anyway play c6, c7, c5 any moment,
yeah.
but you sort of stop some moment knight c6 for
Hmm.
black.
And also the c4 can be an idea, yeah. Trying to
Yeah, yeah,
many
for sure.
actually
But this
a4.
idea is also always there with the pawn on c6 or without pawn on c6.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the major difference is that you are sort of preventing knight from coming to the game from c6.
Yeah. And also, I wanted to kind of blunt this bishop on this diagonal. He plays
Also,
e6, going for the hippopotamus setup, which
yeah.
we call it, with knight e7, knight d7, p6. And actually, it's not so easy for white to break through, because white has the feeling that he's like almost much better, but he has to still break through.
But Harshit, like this is one setup I would not really play against Nihal because first of all, Nihal doesn't have to break through.
Yeah,
He's happy just sitting maneuvering around his pieces. Secondly, it's just a setup where uh, even let's say if Nihal only, I mean, needed to win as well. He can play so many moves
yeah,
without thinking.
yeah,
And whereas on each move, Sam has to think
yeah.
because each move can be a decisive mistake for Black just because of the lack of space, the lack of the counterplay for Black.
And I think I've seen Nihal play this even in classical a few times, and it never like it always felt that Nihal is very comfortable playing these kind of positions. Um, and I think b5 is also like you would like to make this work, but I think b5 like, and when the bishop goes to d3 or f1 and after a4, I think this pawn break actually helps white a lot. That's why white black kind of tries to play b6, and when white goes a4 a5 play something like b5. So he goes he goes bishop d3 voluntarily. Um,
I mean, also very normal. He's also trying to keep the position. He's not trying to force anything. Maybe he wants to play b3, bishop b2, not really commit anything.
e5. And now my question is, do you like go knight c4, or do you like actually take some like do you take on e5?
I don't think right away I want to take. I would probably play maybe a4 uh, just to solidify my position, or maybe just play knight f1 h3 just so that
Oh,
uh, nothing really happens very
yeah.
quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, then again, like d5 is not a bad move by any stretch of imagination. It's just that I just want to keep more options,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to restrict black position further and further. That's why the move a4 I want to play here.
Yeah. And then if you get a4 and a5, I think oh he actually just took. Um, I like this decision. He just wants to tell Black that I want to play very simply. And actually, White is still better, right? Because of how the Black's knights are
Yeah.
placed.
Again, like one important thing was you had to move the bishop because black was threatening to play knight c5, knight d3, and
Mm-hmm.
then you would have to give one of the bishops. Yeah,
Yeah.
either the dark square bishop or the light square bishop. So bishop c2 or bishop f1, one of the moves he had to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is pretty normal, but I would actually prefer bishop on f1 because eventually what black wants is to play b5, right? So
Yeah.
bishop on f1 and
Yeah.
then combining with a4 creates some sort of attack on the black's queen side. But again, having said that, I don't think this is bad as well.
Yeah. I guess
White
this
is still a little bit better.
we need to
Mhm.
makes lot of sense, I guess.
I think now he would probably play knight d3, play knight d5, maybe try to,
I
exchange
was
some
a
things.
little afraid of this. Like I didn't want to change the structure. I
Hmm.
of the position like with some moves like f5
F5,
or
yeah?
something possible. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
his idea should be just like you play bishop e3, queen d2, rook d1, and just let black like do something like hasty like f5, so that
yeah.
we can pounce on his hastiness.
Although it starts with knight g3, which I don't really like so much because right now you don't really this. I mean, knight on g3 is literally
Yeah, it's a
not doing
little
anything.
weird. Mhm.
Yeah. So I like your plan with bishop e3, queen d2, and rook d1. Just put pieces in the center and
And think
looking towards
later,
the
yeah.
king, and then yeah. Because maybe you don't want to play this. Maybe you want to play h3, knight h2, knight g4. You always
Hmm.
have options. Yeah. You are more flexible. Not playing knight g3 first. But again, having said that, this position is still everything to play for. I think Sam wants to play already f5 now. Queen e8 is a move where you want to play f5 and you're sort of guarding h5 square. After e takes f5, g takes h5. White is not able to play knight h5 because queen is guarding that square. So queen e8 is already a move which is
Like queen
uh,
c1 more maybe.
queen c1, queen d2. Again, I like your plan with queen d2, rook d1. Just why not?
Yeah. I was a
Queen d.
little actually, yeah, it makes sense because knight f6. I can just come back. Yeah. Actually, first of all, yeah,
No, no,
h6.
queen h6. Yeah, yeah. So king h7, rook d1.
Yeah.
Uh, you have to
d8.
play rook d8, maybe h4. I want to play
And
h5. Try
even
to
we
force
can
you
just
to.
come back. Yeah. Stop knight f6.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Also, the point of queen d2 was to force you to play king h7 so that I can play f. I mean, whenever you play f5, there will be some sort of tactics along this diagonal. Like
mm.
when I on the king on h7 with bishop on c2, this there will be some sort of tactics here.
Because for queen to e2, uh,
I
hmm.
think Nihal is playing a little bit passively. No, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm
This is
not
not
sure.
his usual stuff.
Yeah.
Like I feel I mean, by normal play, black should be okay. I'm not saying black is better or anything, but black is not worse. And considering the opening he played,
He should have been.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it should have been a little bit worse at least.
But I think it's still fine in the sense that White is very solid. He still just wants to go rook d1. Maybe even consider h4. He goes knight c8.
Okay, knight d6 is also, he wants to put this knight to d6. It's pretty
Mhm.
normal.
Nice idea,
Again, how
I
to
would
put
say.
pieces? Yeah, how to put pieces? You want to play rook d1, knight d6, but then what? A4,
Yeah, this move.
a5, b4. Not easy, yeah.
Yeah,
And again, White's problem is he does not have any breakthroughs. I see black has only one breakthrough with f5, which is not good right away.
yeah.
And maybe also in the later future because white has put everything to
Against
control
it. Yeah.
f5. Yeah. So it'll be a bit of a cat and mouse game where who breaks first.
Also, by the way, the game between Rajabov and Anish Giri is going to go to the Armageddon because they have drawn their game, and the score now, if
Wow.
I'm not mistaken, is 4-4. Knight d2 played by Nihal here. Um, I so from what I understand now, what Nihal wants to do is knight d6, just exchange the knight from knight c4.
Yeah,
I also saw, yeah.
I mean, there is no doubt about it, Rashid. This is what he wants to do. and
h5.
and
So
Yeah, at least some play, some
Yeah,
activity. So h5, how do you react? H4 is coming in. Do you think he'll just go back to knight to f3, or do you think he'll just play h3 one move and then next move?
I mean, do we need? Can we? Mm,
Because
Bishop
black's
g5, I
idea is to
think
play
makes,
h4,
but
and
f6.
then if you move the knight, then I want to play h3 also. I don't mind giving up the pawn. But then again, having said that, now that I think of it, you can probably take and
I like
start pushing
h3.
this h pawn, yeah? h4, gh3, h4, h5 also.
Hmm.
Yeah, h3 was played, of
I
course.
like it. H4, he just wants to come back and maybe in the future target this pawn.
I see a plan. Maybe if black can somehow miraculously play something, two, three moves, let's say queen e7, rook d8, bishop f8, queen e8, and then play bishop c5,
Hmm.
exchange this dark square bishop and try to.
Hmm.
Uh, so basically, if black exchanges dark square bishop, he gets his squares on f4, maybe eventually play b5, b4, try to get this d4 square. This is all wishful thinking, of course, but I think this is what black should be aiming for in general.
Maybe even sometimes like knight d6, a5, bishop a6, trying to harass this queen could be
But again, bishop d3,
bishop
that's just
d3.
Nihal's idea, yeah,
Yeah, just
to exchange
exchange your.
everything.
So I'm curious to see how Sam would like to progress this. I definitely think that he should play fast, try to put Nihal under the pressure. And with Nihal having 1.5 minutes on the clock and resting on his chair, it doesn't really feel that he's feeling the heat right now.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And it's easier said than done, like how to put pressure.
Hmm.
Like he has played this move g6, e6, d6, b6, and still he is equalized.
Yeah,
So
and this is the best outcome.
so not at all easy to put pressure on Nihal like in so easily. But
Guys, keep your support coming in the chat for Nihal. He's just one game away from going into the semi-finals of the Global Chess Championship, and he's now 2 minutes up on the clock with an more or less balanced position, I would say.
yeah, 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 for sure.
Goes
Uh, he plays a5 or
He plays a5, and you know what is the good thing about him playing a5 is if
yeah.
he is playing the moves which I am suggesting, then it's definitely a good sign for Nihal.
No, but a5 is a very like a5 is not a bad move at all. A5 is a very good move probably in the position.
Hmm.
But again, like the position is so solid
Yeah,
that it's not easy to.
it's very solid from both sides. Now white black ones, I think knight c5 protecting from the queen. What does white do?
Maybe a4, yeah, just like that's how you meet a5, yeah, in general.
Hmm. a4, knight c5, and if I try to do this idea,
Yeah, a4, knight c5, maybe knight b3, then maybe you have knight a4, and I don't have a follow-up for that.
hmm,
Uh, I'm not
it's
sure to be honest. Like,
complicated. Yeah,
yeah, maybe I have to come back knight f3, knight c5, just queen d2, and yeah, it's again a normal position.
he played f3 actually. He played f3. Um, but I have to
This
say that
is
it feels more comfortable for black, especially if you can guess something like this.
Yeah, I didn't really understand because now my whole plan with bishop f8, bishop c5, I can make it work with bishop f6, bishop g5. Like
Hmm.
I don't have to make so many moves to.
Even this, it seems very weird. Like making your king weak could be something possible, especially in the end game.
I think I understand why Nihal wanted this because now he gets like queen f2,
Yeah,
probably
yes.
you go knight e6 and then knight e2, controlling this dark square which has already made it weak.
Actually, it
And
seems very passive though.
yeah, I mean, I really don't understand why
Maybe
he's
black
playing
can
like
start
this.
bouncing. Maybe I guess f5 is always very dubious because white will always
Because
have this.
yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Like minimum, I can just take and play f4, and you neither want to take on f4 and you
Yeah.
neither want to play e4. Yeah, yeah. So I understand like why you are saying this.
So nice.
So so knight
It's,
c5 happened. I think queen f2. I guess he has
mhm.
played f3. So queen f2 is asking to be played. No.
Yeah, I agree. I think this makes sense. 96.
So queen f2, 96.
But
So knight f4 is threatened, I guess. So what else can you do here?
do you
Also
threaten
bishop
knight
f6.
f4? In general, like
Also bishop f6, bishop g5.
yeah,
No,
that is a
like
very
is a
nice
big
idea.
threat.
Or like this, or like this. Yeah, bishop f6 is a strong, powerful idea.
Also knight e2 I wanted to play because I want to clarify the situation like Hikaru did in the previous game.
Yeah,
Just knight e2 and f4. Yeah, exchange
Wh-
some pieces. You make me
what if
slightly worse.
I could do this?
Yeah, I mean f4.
Wow. Yeah, it could be very complicated very quickly. Queen f2 96 was actually played. Let's so we will actually just see what Nihal chooses here. But I wouldn't say that this is like equal. I think it's just very dynamically complicated already.
No, I don't think it's equal. I think personally, like I feel black is slightly better.
Yeah, I actually agree with the assessment because it seems a little easier for black to play with knight d6 and
Oh,
f5 to begin.
I don't like this move bishop d3. You know, all these moves, it's so strange. First he went bishop c2, whereas I was telling you that, bishop belongs to this diagonal in
Yeah,
this kind of position. Then he goes queen e2 instead of queen d2. Then
yeah,
again he moves this f3, queen f2.
knight
I was
g3
telling
as
this
well.
knight g3 is a little bit
Yeah,
hurried. Yeah, it
yeah.
is pretty unsure like what he's doing. Normally it's not like this, but Nihal is
Even
Nihal. Yeah.
we discussed that from the opening that this is the kind of position which would actually allow Nihal to maneuver and the way he likes. But I I do believe that the match pressure situation does in some level of your mind play a role affecting your play, and maybe uh, this has actually happened with Nihal, although he's still completely fine, but his play just seemed a little bit off.
Passive, yeah.
Yeah,
But now I see an idea. Actually, knight f4, I think it was a little bit hasty because can I just take and play knight e2 with the idea that if you go bishop e5, I have knight c4, trying to exchange another
yeah.
piece.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't play bishop e5, what else can you play? How do you defend this pawn?
Yeah, and I think I like this idea because queen e5, I will have this move queen d4, and I would
Or
win
queen
it on,
h4
yep, or queen h4. It
just
might
to
be
win the pawn, yeah.
stronger. Yep, just winning a pawn here. Um,
I mean, if you don't play bishop e5, how else would you defend this? If you can play bishop h6 maybe
he
there.
played it. He played it. He played it. Very
Oh
nice prediction by Abhijit.
no,
He,
no, I think now I think he is safe.
yeah.
Once he's
So So I'm trying to understand how Nihal played, and I think what he's trying to do, he's just trying to be very practical. Not playing the most accurate moves, but playing the moves which are essentially very solid. Bishop h6,
he, yeah, bishop h6. I was wondering if I can make e5 work or not.
knight d4. Wow.
Because if black can get some sort of blockade on e5, then it's just game over for white, I think.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Oh, and
So
bishop
that's
g5
why,
threatens bishop h4.
yeah,
It
yeah,
threatens
I
bishop
don't
h4.
like, yeah, no, this is not looking good. Not looking good, my friend.
Maybe h4 was the move. What do you think of this, or is it too
I
much?
think I think e5. I think e5. You had to play e5. The whole idea
Oh,
was to play e5. Just give
yeah,
up the pawn, yeah.
yeah, you're
Like,
right.
and
Queen
I
e5 and
don't
just
see a direct way what to play as white, but in general, the feeling is give up the pawn, try to exchange with bishop e4, put one knight on e4, one knight on
yeah, one
d4,
night
and
and four.
I think you will have some composition there for
For
sure.
sure. Yeah.
And also, you clarify the position,
Mm-hmm.
so it will be easier to understand what you want.
Yeah. Queen e2 played. I would still say that it's not. the evaluation has not changed very drastically, but it has definitely shifted towards black side now.
For sure. I mean, okay, fun.
You're right. If just imagine black's knight on e5, that would
Yeah.
be
Now it's game over. Yeah. If knight comes to
yeah,
e5, it's
yeah.
GG's.
If white just gets e5 and some space for his pieces to breathe,
And
uh,
Harshit, remember, you know how this position came from?
yeah,
Like, what was the
that
opening?
is
Yeah.
insane. It all started with this.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still it goes rook f1 and 5 minutes each, so we're approaching the time trouble zone here.
And I think this is the this is the area Nihal actually shines when this trouble is approaching. When both have 3-4 minutes, this is where Nihal is much better player than Sam. I think this is what I feel.
And and we've seen
So
it. Sevian had better positions in many games, but as soon as the clock went below 5 minutes, he just could not
I'm not sure
convert.
many games. I think it was all the games.
Like
Although
knight
Nihal is leading by a
a7.
point.
Whoa,
Uh, ah, maybe he wants to play c5, knight c6, knight e5. This
that
is his
is
point,
wow. That is an amazing idea.
right? Otherwise, what is the point? Yeah, of knight
Wow,
e7.
that is insane for him to spot.
I mean, Sam is a strong player, yeah. So
Maybe. So do you still try to do e5
I
or
mean,
e5?
but now the bishop is on h4. I can never really defend it with rook
Oh
e1.
yeah,
Yeah, so let's
oh
say
yeah.
e5, rook e8,
Rook
maybe
e8.
e6, but it looks shaky. Uh, Now e5 looks shaky. I mean,
Yeah,
not entirely sure what is going on.
still
I
thinking.
can try to play a4. If you go c5, maybe go knight b5, knight c6, knight c4, and try not to let you come to e5. Or maybe go bishop b1, and when you play knight e5 to meet knight e5 with knight c4, something like that. Uh,
Yeah,
but again, it's black position, yeah. Like
yeah.
black is fighting for advantage for sure. And Nihal is
And
thinking,
it's not as
Nihal is.
simple anymore. It's not as if it's any technical move that you need to make. It's very complicated. You still have to calculate variations, and Sevian must be happy with the outcome of the opening.
The only thing is, Sam had never this little time, like whenever he was better. So that is the only thing which is going not very well for him. Other than that, he has played a beautiful game. He had created chances out of nowhere, which is commendable. Yeah, like coming from a player, uh, especially against a player like Nihal, who is ultra solid,
Yeah,
to get a game
not easy.
with black pieces
Bishop
is not at all
a6.
easy. Yeah, I like
Wow.
this move. I like this move as well
As soon as I
because
saw it, like it I would I'm being serious. I don't even know if I would consider it in classical. It's probably the
Mhm.
best move in the position though. Because c5, I just want to, I mean, we can just put it, I just want to do this. And if you ever do this, then suddenly the bishop on h4, which was good, becomes extremely bad because the knight can suddenly take control of the light squares.
Yeah.
Of course, after knight b5, it doesn't have to take, but even if it doesn't take, the other knight comes to c4 and white already becomes better. So, an amazing practical decision here. I expect him to take and do something along these lines. But
But then what?
even
Bishop
then,
a6, queen a6.
yeah,
Uh,
c5 just knight e2 and now
c5, I thought
b6.
even knight b5. Yeah, like knight
Knight,
c6, you can take on b6.
yeah, even simply knight e2, knight c4. I think he's at least out of like danger with the light squares being weakened. If oh he
Has he
took,
taken on a6? Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, what else? Yeah,
yeah.
you have to take. But then now the crucial situation, the crucial point of the entire match. What is going to happen?
But I mean, I have to say, I this bishop a6 was a huge move, and in my opinion, like it completely changed the dynamic of the game.
By the way, Harshit, can I play b5 here just to?
B5.
make things a little bit tough for you, just to
Wow.
open up the position and try to use my bishop, because we
Wow.
all know like bishop works good in an open position. So the idea is b5. First of all, I guess you have to take because the queen is little bit,
So
it's
first
not
of all,
very
let's just
secure
see
here.
what happens if I take.
So my idea was just to take on b5, queen takes, rook a b8,
Or rook F even. Or rook A. Okay.
rook a b8, and just take on b2 and just open up the position and say that your king is really weak.
Mhm.
I'll flog my bishop on g3. You'll always have very bad king.
Yeah.
You'll always have a backering issues.
Can I try
And
to
slowly but surely, I'll try to come in. Yeah.
can I try to force a queen exchange?
Uh, okay. But again, you're slightly worse here, no? Like,
Mhm.
let's say even if I take and play rook a2,
Yeah,
which I mean,
I
this is one
agree.
of the options,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I agree. And also, even like something like
maybe rook
this,
a8, maybe rook
my
a8 or rook b8. Yeah, rook a8 or rook
with
b8,
my
maybe it's
king
even better.
so weak, I think that this will be very hard for me to defend tactically.
Yeah.
Queen a6, and I'm still thinking. I like this idea b5. It was rook f d8 though.
Yeah, B5 also it felt like more in a Sevian style, yeah, like
Yep.
very direct, trying to complicate things. But also, I don't mind Rook D8.
It's
Again, asking
2 minutes versus 3.5 minutes. So we are approaching the very end of this game,
the
and
bullet, the bullet stage. Yeah, we are approaching the
yep,
bullet stage.
the bullet stage.
So, what is happening here now? We can
That
probably play. I really want to play A4 at some moment. I don't know why, but like whenever, as soon as you played A5, I want to play A4. I
Mhm.
don't know whether I should do it right away, but it just feels so tempting to do it. But also A4 is a target. Yeah, you can play Queen E8, and then I have to think. Yeah, should I play B3 or
We
not play
also have this
B3?
queen c4, nice move.
Queen C4. The problem was there was some issue which I didn't like. Probably C5 I didn't like
Mm-hmm.
because Knight B5, then Knight C6 and Knight E5 comes to with the tempo,
Yeah.
and oh, Knight
Um,
C7. Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So I have to maybe time it better. This idea.
But 2 minutes 20 seconds. Nihal is still thinking. He has to decide his plan here. Um, he can
And
maybe
what is this play?
consider queen c4.
Uh, yes,
Or
but again the
believe
same
that
thing, no?
the square is better for the knight. Yeah, I like to
But
have
the
it.
same thing, no? C5 and Knight C6 and
Ah,
something.
okay.
I don't
Now,
know.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Now, knight c5, knight c6 probably
Yeah.
is more powerful. Yep. He's thinking, and I think it's a big decision. So, queen e2 back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So c5 still his idea is the same. A4.
A4.
Wow. And
Again, like,
you know the move that you were mentioning, A4.
yeah, yeah. It's like asking to be played, yeah? And black plays A4 now. And
And this is a very big asset or a weakness.
but now B5 is even more powerful, yeah?
Oh
Just
yeah,
put B5.
B5 looks very powerful. But
Also, rook is on D8.
we
Also,
would
just Queen E5, B5.
bishop F6 played.
But
Bishop
now it's in
B6.
the bullet territory, and
Yes.
nobody has a
Our
decisive advantage, which is good for Nihal
look
because
at the players, guys. We are very focused, almost approaching the bullet mark. Sevian also a pretty decent online bullet player, especially when it comes to increment. But Nihal is of course the better bullet player. But in this position, it seems like black seems to have a little edge with the pawn on a4 clamping down the white's queen side, and now black is much better. Knight c6.
yeah, knight C2, knight C6.
What to do? Knight c4 runs into b5. I'm pretty sure. Queen to b5 played, trying to get some tricks going.
Queen b5 and but knight e5. Yeah, this is all we
Yeah.
wanted all the time. Because the problem is
And
knight
before, and
e5,
this is
knight
so
c4. Maybe
risky.
you have
So risky.
c6. Yeah.
It's so risky. Yeah. I mean, C6 is an idea. You also have to
Also,
be
let's
very
just let's
careful.
just keep this scene only because it's better to have players' camera when they are
Yeah.
down to a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
this looks very bad
Before
for
Rook
White.
A5
I
played.
think
Queen E2.
rook a5, queen e2. Yeah. Oh, this happened. Okay. Rook a5, queen e2.
Ooh, big pressure. Queen C5, Queen E3 seems to be an idea. C6 also nice move.
King h1 has to be played one move just
But
to.
this Queen C5, Queen E3 seems very dangerous, vicious.
Everything looks very dangerous as long as I mean as soon as a knight jumped on came to
E5.
e5.
It came
Yeah,
from
this is
C8
what
to
I was.
E5. What a journey.
C8 a7 d6 e8 d6 c8 a7
Crazy.
b5. Yeah.
D5 played. Maybe try for something like C4. Go for counterplay.
Yeah, but also now Nihal is has what
20
20
seconds.
seconds.
Wow, wow, wow. What's happening? C4 played. I like it. I like it. Practically creating chances.
Also a move which is you're not expecting because throughout the game he was like under the hammer,
Yeah.
and now suddenly you don't expect it, especially when you're down to a minute or less
No,
than
not
half a minute.
20
This
seconds.
is
And ticking.
ultra bullet
Ultra
time. Yeah,
bullet mode. Guys, take that on. And knight B1 is an idea, maybe.
Oh,
Yes.
knight b1 is an excellent move. Wow, well
Knight,
spotted, Harshit.
yeah. But knight C4 is coming, Abhijit. So I'm not sure how good it is actually. But now knight C3. Knight C4 is coming. That's what I'm afraid of. 12
But it's not
seconds.
that big a deal. Yeah,
Rook
yeah.
C1. Play.
I like rook c1. Yeah, you
Knight
just want to
C4,
bring this
maybe
rook
knight
to
C6.
f1. Oh wow,
Rook
king g7,
D1.
rook d1. I don't think Nihal is maybe a little worse, but it's not
Knight
like
C4. What's happening? What's happening here? Wow. Knight into
knight
A4.
d5
Knight
and
into
if
Knight D3.
okay f4 is hanging.
F4 is hanging
Okay,
and some
g5.
tricks are
Okay,
coming
good.
for sure. Knight into A4 was coming maybe.
Knight b4, knight e. Oh my god, this is
Oh.
intense. This is intense, guys. 3 seconds.
Oh.
What?
Knight D1.
Oh my god. Knight d1 and
We fight.
this
We
is too
fight.
much for
C5, Knight
Harshit.
D5. Let's
This is just too
go.
much for me. Harshit, this is just too much for me.
And blunder. Ding, 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 ding. Nihal bhai. Knight F5.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Rook
Oh
D6.
my
Yes.
god.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh. Rook E6. Oh my. Queen D1.
Queen d1, Queen
Yes.
d1. Oh,
Yes. Queen D7 perpetual. Let's
at
go.
least, at least a draw. At least
No,
a draw.
Queen D.
Okay,
No,
please,
no Queen
please,
D8. We don't
please
want to
drop.
take the rook. No rook.
Arey,
Just
please,
check.
please make a draw. Please
Just,
make a draw.
just check.
Please make a
Don't take
draw.
on F5. Just check.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
Now it's forced.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
wow.
Yes. Let's
That is
go,
too much.
guys. Nihal Sarin,
That was too much for me, Harshit. That
the
was like,
champ. Oh my
wow.
God.
I was not ready for this. I was not ready for this.
Oh my
Wow. But
God.
amazing performance. Amazing performance. Amazing held of nerves. Like throughout again, Harshit, yeah, throughout the game, he was he was gone, yeah. It was
Reaching
completely
the
gone.
semi-final. Holy
Like
shit.
reaching the semi-final is epic.
Oh my
And
God.
like throughout the game, he was struggling. But for a fact, I knew this part of the game when they both have 2 minutes on the clock or 3 minutes on the clock. This is where Nihal is much better than his opponent,
That was
and he was not lost. He was really one. He was not lost, and he was not material down. So that played a big part. And I think, oh my god, kudos to Nihal.
what a
And wow,
topsy-turvy game. Oh my God.
And guys, we have something special to announce. And let's see it. Harshit, what
Yeah,
do you
let's
think?
see it.
Can you guess it?
It's going to be something special. I have a feeling it could be the Speed Chess Championship. What is it? Let's see it.
The Speed Chess Championship is back and bigger than ever.
Okay, threatening on d6, and he allows d6. Hikaru blundered it. He had to take the pawn on d7.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship features the most exciting lineup in SCC history and over $100,000 in prizes. Representing the next generation are Norbek Abdusatorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin, and Gukesh Domaraju. Defending their elite status, we have Dmitry Andreikin, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Dingli Ren, and Fabiano Caruana. Headlining this incredible field are the reigning world chess champion Magnus Carlsen and the reigning speed chess champion Hikaru Nakamura. These 14 combatants will be joined by 2 qualifiers.
Oh my god, 96!
96. Oh my goodness, he missed it.
The Speed Chess Championship 2022 begins November 21st. Fasten your speed belts.
And what a game it was by Nihal Sarin, reaching the semi-finals of the Global Chess Championship, going to play the winner of Anish Giri versus Timur Rajabov. Abhijit, what are your final thoughts for today?
I mean, it was simply mind-boggling. Like you could see, I was not actually ready for this. This was not meant for me, and but it was amazing that it was Nihal who managed to win through this time scramble, which we already knew, and we know that now because of this win, Nihal's at least guaranteed of $50,000
Oh
at
my
least.
God. Wow.
So this is totally amazing. Also, we had the Speed Chess Championship lined up,
Yep.
and we have Gukesh, Arjun, and Nihal representing India. But also there are big names, big names with Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, Vashiar, Lev, everybody like world rapid champion Abdul Satarov, who actually managed to beat Carlsen also in this special random championship
Yeah.
recently. World championship challenger Ding Liren is going to also be there. So Wesley is there. It's going to be amazing speed chess championship. And yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts finally like for today? Like Nihal's performance, everything.
I just need a lot of time to recover from the adrenaline rush that Nihal gave us for in a very positive way. That was amazing. And I don't know whom he will play in the semifinals. I think there Anish and Rajabov will be still be playing, but I am sure whomever he will play, he will be one of the biggest contenders to go for the finals now. And I'm just hoping that we see Nihal in the finals, and also Speed Chess Championship is where he will be participating, and it seems like he will probably do very well there as well. So all in all, I think it was a great day for us. And thanks a lot, Abhijit, for joining us today. I had so much fun and so much thrill commenting with you today. And I'm looking forward to the semi-final.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harshit. Thank you so much to our producer Niranjan.
Yeah.
He did a wonderful job at the back end, and yeah, it was amazing, and it was thrilling, and probably too much thrill for me, which is not required. But it I had a lot of fun, and thanks to you guys. And also tomorrow, Nihal will play the winner of Anish versus Rajabov, one of them, and we'll see you guys at the same time, same place. And we hope Nihal continues his journey to the finals and even better than that.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow.